It's good to see everyone here. It's good to see everybody's smiling faces, and for all of us to be back in the room together, it's fantastic. Thank you for being here. We will call this meeting to order at 9:32 a.m. We have a couple of commitments this morning. So to start off at 9:30, we have Peter Casarella joining us, and then at 10:30, the Old Man Watershed Council, and then at 11 o'clock we have a public hearing scheduled. So just some hard outs for our schedule this morning. Just one thing I did want to mention, it was pushed out through the county's media. The county's 2022 bursary program has been launched. Details are available on the county's website and through the county's social media feeds. A great program that I think we're really proud to have out there in the public, and an opportunity for students that have attended in the county to have some help with their ongoing education. With that, I would ask for an adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none? Claus moves the agenda. Any discussion? Ask the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving down, the County Council meeting minutes from the February 3rd, 2022 meeting. Any errors or omissions or anything you see in the minutes? Seeing none. John?
I move to adopt the meeting. Can't talk this morning. I'd like to move to adopt the minutes of the February 3rd, 2022 meeting as presented.
Thank you, John. John has moved the council meeting minutes from February 3rd, 2022. Any discussion? I will call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And with that, we'll move down to our 9:30 delegation. Peter Casarella from South Grow is joining us this morning. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good to see you. How much time would you like me to take today?
The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Peter Casarella. I'm the Executive Director of the South Grow Regional Initiative. I work for you, along with 29 other elected councils throughout Southern Alberta. Here today just to give an update to you on what's happening with the association, what we've worked on this past year, what we're working on, and touch on some opportunities that I see from where I sit for Lethbridge County specifically. If I get long-winded, please just tell me to stop, because I love talking about what I do. It's fun. I'll skip through some slides just in the interest of time that are fairly boilerplate for our presentation. Our mission, of course, to enable collaboration with our members and supporters across the region to enable different economic development projects that raise the growth potential for everybody. We like to talk about what we do as we raise the water level to float all boats and give everybody throughout the region more opportunities. More dollars circulating in the area, more opportunities for young people to pursue the careers they want to pursue while still living here in Southern Alberta. We've been in operation since 2004. If you're not familiar with the history of the RETAs, we were established in the early 2000s as an initiative of the Government of Alberta, who went around the province doing an experiment in best practice. Some visionary people in Edmonton at that time saw that economies were regional, and regions that work together are going to outcompete those that don't. And this has proven true over the years. The RETAs have changed and gone and ebbed and flowed. In 2011, the government pushed them out the door and said, you belong to the municipalities now, we're just going to partner and help fund them. And today there's 9 RETAs representing about 250 rural municipalities and some small cities across the entire province. They cover most of the geographical footprint of the entire province, with only some very remote areas not being represented. And they are robust and strong and delivering programs despite recent large funding cuts from Edmonton. And the RETAs do different work than, say, Martin Ebel would do for Lethbridge County. So I'm not tasked with doing community-level economic development. My primary role isn't to chase the next smokestack, to get a new business park built up and with all the lots sold, that kind of thing. It's not even to work on the individual infrastructures that feed those businesses. I'm given projects that widely apply to the entire region, that provide opportunities for all of our member municipalities to seize on, information that they can use in their own economic development initiatives, or projects that involve the entire region pulling together on a common goal. And I'll give some examples of that as we go forward. So that's just a list of projects that we've done, some of the high-profile projects we've done over the years that are informing investments to this day. So when I talk about projects that provide opportunity for everybody, broadband's a great example. You know, we've all heard the broadband story because it's been pushed heavily to councils by folks like myself as this is an economic development opportunity. If you're not working on connectivity for your people, they're going to get left behind and they're going to be left out, and they will not have the same opportunities that people in communities who do have high-speed broadband have. So over the past decade or so, Southgrow has worked strongly on this project, making sure that our councils are aware of the economic opportunity in the beginning when it was all fairly new to people, making sure everybody was aware of the options that were available to them and how we could pursue deployments for our people so they could get the connectivity that they need, and then working with individual communities on piece-by-piece projects to get them connected up. In the early days, that meant looking at things like fiber deployments from Axia or TELUS for some of the larger towns who were able to have the business case that would attract one of the large broadband providers. You know, they'd sign up a whole bunch of people in a community like McGrath, for instance, and then they'd go to the company and say, all right, listen, if you come and build it, this many people will sign up. And they offer a guarantee. The company says, okay, they come in, they trench all the fiber, and next thing you know, you have a town like McGrath that's got Surex Direct, which has over 100 employees operating a global insurance empire, because they can do that. Then, of course, you hit the gap. We hit that period of time in which nobody was handing out fiber deployments anymore. And the technology for non-fiber deployments just wasn't valid. And so you had this massive gap between those who had internet, or good internet, and those who did not. Now we've managed to close that gap. And the amount of communities that we have who are not in is rapidly, rapidly decreasing. We've piloted some new technology down in with our partners in the Milk River Cable Club in the town of Milk River. It's called Terragraph technology. It's high-capacity wireless radios that basically can beam a signal that can provide data at the speeds that you're used to over fiber. Now, this is a short-range product, and it's deployable in places like villages and hamlets and small communities or industrial parks, and it has wide applicability across all of Southgrow. And with this technology, we can connect up all of our remaining villages that don't yet have high-speed internet, and it's an option that everybody else can use if you're looking at providing high-capacity radio systems in a business park and you don't have the money to go the full fiber option, that sort of thing. And I've got active projects and partnerships in place with private companies to try to get done the rest of our villages and quite a few hamlets. We've got a project happening up in Vulcan County that we've really moved the needle on in the past year. And right now there's 9 communities in Southgrow that haven't yet reached that 50-10 threshold, and we're going to get there pretty quickly. Sorry, Klaus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the where you're putting all this fast radio stuff in there, as you call it, are those the ones that actually would not qualify for broadband?
Yeah. So here's one of the problems. You've heard the announcements from the government of Alberta. They're putting all of their money towards Universal Broadband Fund projects. This is fantastic. Southgrow has supported and worked on a bunch of UBF applications here in southern Alberta. These are largely tower radio plays that are going into places like Lethbridge County that are going to get most, if not all, of our people to that 50-10 threshold. So instead of your friends or yourselves being at home and watching your internet connection pop in and out and having like 6 down and 1 up, that kind of thing, you'll be able to get 50-10 for reasonable costs in the very near future. Either TELUS or ExploreNet or one of another half dozen internet service providers is going to get the money from the feds, and they're going to start building out and upgrading their systems right here. That's good news. The bad news is that there's no money to put towards innovative projects like what we have. And so we're looking at different ways in order to get them funded. There's some partnership models with different ISPs that we're working to see if we can figure out. There's interesting small ISPs out there who are willing to do this. If a municipality steps up with cash to help fund, they get an ownership stake, and therefore they get revenue that comes back. Now, why is something like this important to Lethbridge County? Well, this was a pilot project. Southgrow put money in, we built the partnership, we got the thing done, we built out Milk River with help from some grant dollars for pilot projects that we did. We proved that it can work. This is the kind of technology you could deploy in a place like Broxburn in order to upgrade the internet that's available, and you would also be able to shoot it across the road and provide all the people who are just on the other side of the road who might not have great internet with really, really good internet. If you build a new industrial park, if you expand rave, that sort of thing, instead of spending several $1 million for fiber, you can do something like this. It's a 10th the price, if not less. And it's proven. It's good stuff. So this is an example of work that we're doing that all of our members can take advantage of to float all boats a little bit higher. And your staff are aware of these projects that we're working on. I'll keep moving on. The next slide there, this is just a list of things that we worked on last year that we completed. I'm happy to talk about any of those things, but I'll spend most of my time talking about what we're doing this year and what we're looking at in the future. So here's what I've been working on this year. Usually we set out an operational plan. The board approves it, votes on it and stuff like that, and I go off to the races and try to get everything done. We apply for, the projects just can't happen. We try our best. This last year we applied for this many grants and we got this many grants. So with the end of fiscal year coming up, my March has been absolutely insane so far. I think I've done more paperwork than I've ever done in my life. And it's the problem we're having right now is I'm trying to chew my way through all of that, which is its own unique problem, but also it's a good problem because we have millions of dollars flowing to regional projects through Southgrow here. So I will point out we've got our annual Economic Development Summit actually coming up in person in Carmangay at the end of the month on March 30th. I've sent out invitations to your staff and to your representatives. Hopefully it's been shared around. We've got the Minister of Health confirmed. He's going to give a presentation virtually on the new rural doctor recruitment strategy. And then we've got a doctor who actually is my wife's grandfather, who's worked all over the former British Empire, literally, because he's fairly aged, who's dealt with rural doctor recruitment and retention in places like Australia. And he's going to give his evaluation of the program and some comments, some speakers. And we've got a full day's worth of program with very interesting stuff. I encourage you to come out, let me feed you, and actually hang out together. I'll point out the Southern Alberta Alternative Energy Partnership. This is a group that Southgrow has been pursuing along with Alberta Southwest and Economic Development Lethbridge since 2007. Some visionary folks back then looked around the landscape and said, you know what, man, we got no oil left. Everybody's up and left. We still got some gas, but the sector is small. We've gone through our transition, but there's still a massive opportunity for Southern Alberta to play in the energy environment. And there's a lot of money here. And all of the investments that our associations have put into that effort since 2007 is probably the biggest economic outlay from regional economic development in Southern Alberta. It's yielded billions of dollars of investment, all of the wind farms that you've seen, all of the new solar farms that are going up, and there is billions more. Back in August, we were preparing for a meeting with the Minister of Energy, Sonia Savage. When I say me, I mean me and Trevor and Bev and our new friend Quentin from Palliser Economic Partnership, because they've come into this group as well from Medicine Hat. And I went through the list of applications in ISO's queue. So the projects that want to be built in the province that people are trying to get built. And I filtered it just for wind, solar, and battery tech. There was over 16,000 megawatts in projects being applied for. To give you context, there's 16,000 in 48 megawatts of existing generating capacity in the province of Alberta right now from all sources. So if they were all built, it would be a doubling of our capacity. Now, this is possible because we have a deregulated energy market in which people can build an energy project and they can sell it to a buyer like Amazon, like Microsoft, like any of these large conglomerates who are interested in buying green energy. It doesn't necessarily go straight into the grid and provide power to our homes, but it's a massive economic opportunity for all of us because it's billions of dollars in capital outlay. It's land being purchased, it's leaseholder payments to those leasees, it's taxation paid to our counties that help make them more sustainable at a time when they're facing taxation flight from traditional oil and gas. Right now, that's looking better, admittedly. But it's a great way to plug the hole and provide decades worth of sustainable funding for our people and a new industry that we can build on here. The problem, of course, is that we can't plug in that $20 billion of capital expense. We can't. There's not the capacity in the grid right now, and the bigger problem, of course, the one that we can actually move the needle on, is the legislative environment doesn't allow for it. The legislation and the regulations were built for the 90s, and there's new innovative projects that want to be built in ways that the legislation and regulation doesn't allow for. It didn't account for it. And the needle in Edmonton moves slowly. So our 58 communities between the 4 organizations across Southern Alberta are pushing hard at the political level to try to get movement on this, because we know that staff is only able to move the needle on things in Edmonton when the government makes it a priority and starts pushing. But there's no other place in the entire economy where there's this much investment lined up in a new industry that would provide new jobs and new economic activity and new opportunities right here in Southern Alberta. So it's worth it. And that's what we're doing to float boats for everybody. You've heard about Canada's Premier Food Corridor and Canada's Western Gateway before. I won't touch on those, branded initiatives, cluster development, that sort of thing. Happy to answer questions. Tourism. This is another area that Southgrow is trying to do our part to help out on. We've got a gap. There's no regional organization that provides tourism support, and tourism is a sector that has high growth potential. The basic metrics there is that the entire world is getting richer. There's a lot more middle-class people, and they want exactly the same things that you and I do. We want to travel to an exotic location, we want to see something new, we want to have a new experience. And even more to the point for Southern Alberta, there's 1.5 million people just up the road there who can't travel internationally, and with the way the world is going, might have problems traveling internationally, and they want experiences too. And the mountains are full. So there's massive growth potential in the tourism sector here in Southern Alberta. So last year we put $10,000 to Tourism Lethbridge, and we went after a regional grant together, and the CEO of that time got it, and we did a bunch of regional work last year, route development, some publicization of Southern Alberta, sending some people to some forums to talk to people to make sure Southern Alberta's on the radar. We're doing that again this year, and we're partnering with Alberta Southwest and Tourism Lethbridge as well to go after another product and destination development grant. Exhibition Park is part of what's going on with that. It's good for the region, is good for the city on the tourism file, and we can make progress there. Highway 320 Development Association, we burst them back out into the world. They are no longer under our administrative umbrella. They're standing on their own 2 feet and doing fantastic. I'm pleased to still sit on the board there, and I know you're heavily involved with that, and it's going well. I'm hoping with the right price of oil, we might see more investments there in the coming while here. We're also marketing Southern Alberta to the world too. One of the grants we got this year was from Can Export. And basically earlier in the year, we got a bunch of partnership dollars together and we built a really innovative marketing project that would be a global marketing push directly to agri-food executives via Twitter and LinkedIn. So where these people are living and where they're looking for news, and specifically going after the decision makers themselves. And then because we built the project, we got the money to actually run the program. I'm literally just waiting to be able to sign the grant and get the money going. I've already got my contractor set up, and we can push out the project. We've got $40-some thousand just for marketing spend for a full year campaign to just raise the profile of agri-food opportunities in Southern Alberta and our unique advantages. And hopefully that brings benefits to all of our communities too. And the last cool thing I'll mention before just moving on is our regional import replacement program. So supply chains are all hurting right now. There's a business in Tabor that my friend John Tricato has been telling me about that the guy would like to have 50 full-time employees right now. He's got 25, and he cannot hire qualified individuals. Labor is a serious problem. Supply chains are a serious problem. We need a way to break the cycle of what we're doing and start doing things a little bit differently, to start looking inside, to start profiling the problem, and identifying where we can move the needle. And so what this is doing is I've finally got it funded from Prairies Can and Jobs Economy and Innovation, and Southgrow and Economic Development Lethbridge are all putting in money together. And we're going to have a contractor available for 2 years who's going to target our 200 largest industrial businesses across the region and specifically talk to them about what are your inputs, what are your outputs, and build a database and start doing matchmaking, start doing introductions to try to build synergies between businesses in the region who can start self-supplying to each other rather than reaching outside the region. There's good studies that motivated this and which got us the funding, showing that this has major economic impacts for a region that does this. Relevant studies from Atlantic Canada where work like this has been done. So I'm excited to see that roll out. It is a pilot. It hasn't been done here, but I'm pretty optimistic about it. Value proposition of Southgrow. Thank you so much for voting to sustain Southgrow by voting to go up through that dollar per capita. It is capped at $10,000. I've made the pitch to the city of Lethbridge because they're just paying an associate membership right now. Like, pay $10,000 too, you're capped. Then you'll have a vote at the board as well, along with Lethbridge County, along with everybody else. And your fee won't go above that $10,000 cap. With that funding, we're able to sustain ourselves. So these were last year's number. My base funding was like $97,000 from various government sources at 50 cents per capita. It'll go up this next year, and we can keep it rolling, but you can see the payout to the region from that work. It's a very small investment for the amount of economic activity that's able to unlock. The $3.4 million there, that's just projects I can put a dollar figure on. It doesn't involve all the other partnership work that's enabled because we actually exist and we're out there doing our thing. Minister Nate Horner has indicated strong support for the Ritas. When he did his listening tour around Christmas time, he heard consistently from everybody that he talked to two things: CARES and Ritas. So he's trying to bring back something like the CARES grant because we need provincial dollars to leverage. We constantly get pushback from the feds saying, okay, we like your project, but where's the province? If it's such a good project, why isn't the province stepping up? So we need that pot of money that we can compete for and go after in order to further leverage our own municipal dollars. And I hope that we'll see that translate into additional opportunities further down the line with the government of Alberta. Targets for the coming year. Labor market pain. One of the things we want to do is, one of our communities, Claresholm, ran the rural immigration pilot. And Brady Schnell, the EDO up there, saw a lot of success. So far in the last 2 years of running that project into the town of Claresholm, he's brought in 67 new people. That's individuals and their families. The individuals were matched to jobs that existed in that community. And we've got a lot of communities that are hurting for labor, including Lethbridge County. This is an opportunity that's available as this program is actively being expanded, in which there is money available to bootstrap it right now, that communities like your own can take advantage of in order to get more people moving into this area and pairing them with jobs at your industries who are hurting for qualified labor. And the beautiful part about being in Canada is we can pick and choose the labor. Brady had thousands of applications in Claresholm. He was overwhelmed, and he got to pick and choose who came. That's a really nice position to be in. I've mentioned supply chain resiliency and energy investments and growth. Waste solutions. Waste is one of those weird places where the models that were best practice maybe 10 or 15 years ago might not be the best model anymore. Technology is moving fast in this space, and it's getting cheaper. And there's opportunities, as you've all heard presentations and talked to people who have got something new to sell, about all the opportunities that are available. All the things that the large industrials are doing to deal with their waste are now coming available for municipalities. And there are business opportunities here and revenue opportunities. And it's the job of Southgrow to start looking at the landscape by tapping into our friends who work at engineering firms and getting the studies put together and looking at what's available and what's feasible and what's best practice and where the future is going, so that you guys can make informed decisions about how to solve this monkey that's on all of our backs. So that's something we're looking at. And agri-food growth, and then the delivery of the programs that we've got all this grant money for, which I'm desperately trying to chew through. Last slide, key opportunities for Lethbridge County from where I sit. A lot of this you'll all be working on or aware of. Strategic land use. One of the problems that all the counties are facing with is that industry is changing faster than land use bylaws are changing. We've seen this with our bridges problem in all of the counties. People are running much larger trucks down the roads that were never built for it, over those little bridges that were never built for it. And this also plays into the energy conversation. There's a lot of pushback on solar deployments from farmers who are concerned that productive land is being taken up by these things. This is something to actively deal with. Land use planning can address a lot of these things. We can start to proactively look at what is marginal land, and we can earmark it, and we can work with our alliance providers to identify what capacity is available where. It's a complicated issue because capacity isn't a stable thing. It's fluid and it shifts constantly as the grid demands shift. But there's a lot of planning and work that can be done there to pre-identify opportunities to help land more investments faster and also satisfy your stakeholders that they know that good farmland isn't being taken up by private companies who are pulling it off and taking it away an economic opportunity for somebody else. Hamlet broadband deployments. Some of your hamlets have got some fiber. That's great. An awful lot of them don't. They can get that 5010 that's coming down the pipeline, but there's a lot of other opportunities for those hamlets that have point-of-presence sites from the SuperNet to do things like Terragraph deployments. And now your hamlets are places where people can grow and expand their own businesses and seek new opportunities too. Greenhouse development's always a great thing. Irrigation and municipal solar pilot. If any of you, I can't remember if any of you were at our renewable energy thing the other. Yes, you were. We've heard back from 5 of our CAOs now in the region who've done solar projects in their communities. They all swear by it. It made sense. The finances made sense. It made their lives easier. It wasn't hard to do, and they're seeing the payback in their communities. This can be done for Lethbridge County too. And one of the cool things is you could partner with somebody like the SMRID, who is very friendly towards this kind of thing, and start to pursue some very interesting next level pilot projects for which there is quite probably grant funding for, wink, wink, nudge, if you wanted to say, like, put solar over top of a canal, like they've done in other countries around the world. Partner with the university to get additional grant funding in order to do a study on how the environment is affected by putting solar over top of the canal to reduce evaporation and water retention, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You've got an immense amount of land, quote unquote, over top of those canals that isn't being used for anything else. Solar potential is the same as everywhere else, and it wouldn't make anybody mad because it's not taking up a single ounce of farmland, and it also has the potential to conserve water. There's enough studies from other places like India showing that it actually does. And it's cheaper than culverting them over. I mean, you could culvert them over and still put solar on top. It's still unused land, but now you're doubling your costs. Just an idea. And of course, always regionalism, regionalism, regionalism is just smart. Sharing equipment, sharing services where you can with the communities within your boundaries or communities next to you. That's just sustainability work that makes a lot of sense. That's my presentation for today. Sorry for going so long. Love what I do. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Peter. Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, two questions, Peter. When you talked about solar power versus wind energy, what do you sort of see as the future? Do you see more solar than wind power, or how do you see that kind of playing out?
There's a few considerations. Number one, it's the Wild West because the technology is advancing at light speed. And there's more technologies coming online, as you've heard in the news, than just wind or solar. Batteries are advancing faster than anything else. The price is going way down while efficiency continues to go up. My personal advice, if you buy an electric vehicle in the next year, lease it, because the batteries in 2 more years are going to have twice the capacity. It's crazy how fast it's going. Solar is king. Solar is absolutely king because the cost to deploy is so low, the regulations are easier to work within, and you can deploy it at smaller scales easily, and it can be integrated into way more products. It's quite likely that the future of energy development, once we work through all of the serious major issues with grid modernization and how we distribute energy, is that everyone's going to have solar on the roofs. It won't even be panels. It'll be, actual roof tiles that are up there. You can have solar driveways, you can have solar siding, you can have solar on your cars that helps power them and keeps the batteries going longer. It can be integrated into so many areas of our lives, which is why it's king. Wind has a better return on investment. So the efficiencies you can get from a large wind turbine are better on a dollar per dollar ratio than solar, but they're harder to build, and there's a lot more community pushback on them, right? So it's one or the other.
Thank you. And part two of the question, Leonard Mitchell had talked about it for a long time. Have you heard anything more about Ports to Plains on Highway 41? Has it been ever brought up again?
I've never even heard that before.
Oh, okay, it was to go from
Yeah.
Texas all the way to Alaska through the plains in America and Canada.
Kind of like a Catamex.
Like the Canamex
Yeah,
corridor?
kind of, except more for heavy vehicle transportation and
That was new to me.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do I need to use the mic?
Please.
Okay. I can't read it. Anyways, this Highway 3 twinning, maybe Houston, in a few words you can elaborate on, what the potential is for growth down there once that is in place. And I was listening to you guys a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, that is fantastic, I guess, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit.
Yeah, the last study that the group did back in 2017, it was about a $10,000 study. It was a fairly high-level snapshot, and it wasn't what I would call a robust study on the economic benefits. But even that snapshot from credible people at the University of Lethbridge profiled a 3-to-1 return on investment over 20 years from the twinning of Highway 3. So I think at the time it was like $2 billion to twin the whole thing, and over 20 years, the return on investment and economic development payoffs was 3-to-1. So because I'm on the board over there, we're trying to do a better and bigger study right now. We've been asked by the Minister of Transportation, Réjean, to basically build the business case out again. so that she can go back and justify to the people that she's talking to up in Edmonton. She sees the potential, but we're in competition to every other transportation project in the province of Alberta that has potential. So we've put out an RFP right now. I know Victoria Chester is getting responses back from all over the place on that RFP. We've put together a fairly robust funding package, and we have access to more dollars beyond that in order to make sure that it's heavily resourced. And hopefully by this time next year, we'll have a new study in hand that gives a very, very detailed look at the economic development potential of the twinning of the highway.
Mark and then Klaus, please.
Just a quick question. With all these new developments and the new green energy and that sort of thing, like I see you're really excited about it, and we get that this is how much we're going to make. This is, and that's fine. But are there studies done? What's the downside? I mean, with every opportunity, there's a downside. Like with the batteries, with the storage, with the transmission, what's it going to cost once we, to put all this together? So is that part of the process, or because I get excited? It's nice to get excited and tell me how much money I'm going to make, but there's always a downside. And like you say, don't lease, buy it, lease it now, and it's sort of wait and see. And I'm not suggesting we sit back, but I find it interesting. There's not a lot of information on what the downside of a lot of this technology is.
The good news is there isn't much downside. There are problems that have to be gone through, as you can well appreciate. Number one, we need to learn the lessons that we learned from oil and gas. We can't, just because somebody deploys wind or solar doesn't mean they're virtuous individuals who are going to look after the future generations to come and take care of their product and stuff like that. All of the same problems exist and the liabilities exist for the abandonment of sites after they age out that exist with oil and gas. So that's up to you guys to make sure that your approval process and your permitting approval process ensures that those people have in place a plan for end of life cycle, remediation of the land on which the project is, and taking care of the product afterwards, and that you're not left holding the bill, or that the government of Alberta isn't left holding the bill, or the taxpayer is left holding the bill, right? That's always a problem because companies have a way of just abandoning things regardless of whether or not we put in a regulation. We need to have something like an orphan well society for other energy projects as well, or it needs to be rolled into that so that we protect future generations from the abandonment. Costs. The grid is undergoing a fundamental change right now. It used to be that you produce energy constantly from a site like a gas plant and you ship it directly to the demand point. And now it's changing. I talk about distributed energy with everybody having solar on their houses and on their cars and on their roofs. When you plug an EV into your house, it's like adding another house to a block. That puts a massive new demand upon the system that was never planned for. Now the good news is that we can adapt to this. There are ways to adapt to the distribution of energy. There are going to be some infrastructure upgrades that are going to be needed, which will provide additional costs upon the taxpayer. You're going to see your distribution charges go up before they go back down. That's going to hurt. It's going to cost society an awful lot to transition to an entire new way of delivering energy. The flip side of that is that it's actually a massive opportunity for society. So if you go up to a 10,000 foot level, I always like to point people in the direction of a metaphor, which is, or a similar situation, the invention of the tractor. The production of food, which is the energy of society, used to be very, very labor intensive. It involved a lot of people working in that industry in order to just get the food out of the ground that we needed in order to power our society. When the tractor came along, a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of farms amalgamated together. You had bigger farms and fewer people doing farming work and fewer people working in that industry, and they moved off to the cities, and we went through a societal change. But the production of food got a lot easier, a lot more efficient, and we produce way more food now than we ever did with way more labor in the past. And so we have more energy available to society because we're producing way more because of the advances of technology, and all of that labor that used to be involved in subsistence is now available for other things. They were able to go into other careers and pursue other interests and drive forward the march of human progress, developing new technologies, unlocking their talents for art, science, engineering, etc. across the board. We're going through another sea change like this. Traditionally, energy production has been extremely labor intensive. Digging coal out of the ground, drilling oil wells and getting that all shipped off, high costs, high labor intensity in order to get the energy that society needs in order to move forward. We're going through a situation similar to the invention of the tractor, though, where there are new technologies that are very labor unintensive. And it has good things and it has bad things. A lot of people are losing their jobs. You know, we're on the roller coaster. It's going back up right now. People are going to go working back in there. But eventually the roller coaster will come back down and people will lose their jobs again. And more energy on the other side that is not labor intensive will be built. A giant solar field in the county of Lethbridge produces money, but it doesn't produce a lot of jobs. There's not going to be as many jobs in energy production in the future as there were today, at least per capita. That's just the reality. But there's going to be more energy available because there's no limit to how much solar we can build. There's no limit to how much tidal energy we can build. You can just produce this stuff endlessly. And all of that labor can now be redirected in other directions. So short term, it's going to hurt. It is hurting. We all know somebody who's taken it in the face and sucks. Long term, there's some big benefits. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Peter, yeah, great presentation here, and I'm really impressed of all the work that you're doing. Seems like you're a pretty busy man. What I wanted to ask you is about the solar, and when I drive by the Falcon area there, I kind of get really jealous on what they have there. And you know, we have not been approached by those kind of people for projects like that. Does that have to do with our good irrigation farmland? And with my question with that is the transmission substations and everything that are necessary. They always want.
You are more densely populated down here, which means a lot of the electricity is already being pulled and there's less capacity for integrating those things. There still are opportunities. I would suggest a good first place to start is to start a county map where there's opportunities for people to plug in, because it's not all irrigated land. There's tons of small little areas that are just kind of weird and stuff that don't work for farming, but a solar farm doesn't have to be square, that sort of thing. Some opportunity identification would probably yield heavy dividends. And it's also a case of squeaky wheel often gets the grease. When it comes to utility companies, you have to squeak a lot, but it can be done. Build good relationships. Yeah. And
then the other one I had was just comment for you that the end of life for the solar panels and everything like that. That project is being worked on because you're probably aware of the SAO project we're working on, and that's going to be built in the county of Newell, and we're nearing the end of doing that. And that is also a facility where we can get rid of all the solar panels, and that will be the end of life. Yeah.
There you go. That's awesome.
Yeah, Mark, we have a follow-up. Yes, if I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry to kind of jump in, but you may.
So the audience can hear you.
And this is just to kind of amplify and fill out Peter's points, which are very well taken. You may recall that Dr. Jim Byrne from the University of Lethbridge has come to present here to Council. And we're kind of in a longer-term process working with him and his team. But to that point, one of the things that I've proposed to him is a study whereby we'd kind of incorporate some of the factors that have come up. So soil quality type, soil or topography of the land, what its current use is, the location of the substations, capacity, some of the other things. And not only for Lethbridge County, of course it would be of immediate use for us, but potentially as a model also for other municipalities. So if County XYZ or MDABC is looking to take advantage of solar in the future, there'd be a model. You consider all of these factors, farmland, topography, access to substations, and it's almost like a plug and play to make it easier, but we would be the test case. Unfortunately, with COVID, and right now there's some labor unrest at the university and everything like that, things aren't moving along quite that quickly, but that is in the works. So again, doesn't in any way contradict anything that Peter has said, but we are working on something along those lines to the benefit of the county and perhaps to other municipalities as well.
And I just add that relationships are key with your power provision and with the regulators, because as soon as you plug in a project, it changes the whole landscape. It's not like there's set capacity everywhere. As soon as you identify, oh, you can put 2 megawatts over here, that just stays the same. if there's 2 megawatts over here and you suddenly plug 5 in over here, that may affect this. It's a weird, constantly shifting space. So being able to talk with people constantly is important.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I look in here, your regional economic development, a large part of what we hear is green energy, new going forward energy. Would you mind to touch shortly on traditional things that are being boosted up through your work or promoting agriculture side of things a little bit, please?
Yeah, we don't have much on the oil and gas side. Southern Alberta still has a lot of natural gas. One of the things that we kind of focus on is we focus on areas that there's growth opportunities in. You know, we have as much natural gas as we have, and people are actively exploiting it. And so there's not really any work for me to do on the natural gas side. It is being exploited quite effectively, and most of that is over towards the east end of things and heading into the Palliser region around Medicine Hat. Exciting opportunities in the development of natural gas and the production of hydrogen for multiple industrial applications, which is cool. With agri-food specifically, our largest play is to push on both government awareness of the challenges we're facing in investment attraction and to market the region globally. So we have our global marketing project that's pushing forward right now. So we did a light version of this last year. Last year, we partnered with the Southern Alberta Investment and Trade Initiative, which is another one of our brands that Southgrow and Alberta Southwest and Lethbridge County and Economic Development Lethbridge have all partnered on for a while. And we got a few more of our large towns to toss money into the pot too. And we did an investment attraction pilot with a group called CDEP. It's a firm based out of Montreal, I believe, who runs software called Gazelle AI. If you guys have seen the Gazelle AI people at the conventions you've gone to, you'll know what I'm talking about. They basically use artificial intelligence in order to figure out, okay, what kind of investments are you looking for and targeting? And then they zero in on specific global companies that are up and coming in that space or are looking for a transition into a new area or have growth potential, that sort of thing. So we paid for 8 qualified leads. We got 9, which is great. And all 9 of those conversations are still ongoing and very, very productive and very, very promising. It was very, very good outcome for a region that struggles with investment attraction because of our lack of price competitiveness, to be frank. So we're renewing that this year. So part of the grant that I got from CanExport was to do a second year of that and to get another 8 to 10 leads out of the AI program. And these are all companies zeroed right in on the agri-food space. We've got more good news too. One of the things that we were constantly pushing back up the ladder to Edmonton when Edmonton was asking us, what do you need in order to make progress in agri-food development, is, frankly, we need a slush fund that the government can dole out that helps people with their capital expenses on the front end. The taxes are good, but we're hearing from the community that we're dealing with that the taxes are not the most important thing. They can work in tax payments to their business model. But the thing that they really need help with is bootstrapping the project into existence, which means lower capital costs on the front end. And the problem we face is that other jurisdictions are willing to show up with the money. Saskatchewan, Manitoba, places in the United States. And the government of Edmonton isn't opposed to making capital investments on the front end. They do it in oil and gas all the time. But we need that same sort of incentive being delivered into the agri-food space. The opportunity right now is that there's quite a few large protein processing facilities that want to be built here in Southern Alberta. Some of them have options on land. There's things that I can't talk about, but this is an imminent opportunity, but those investments aren't landed until there's a shovel in the ground. They can still be stolen from us by somebody like Saskatchewan who's surging hard into space and will put the money down. So that we count the movement that they've had in that space as a win. So the government of Alberta will now show up and help us land that investment. And these are things that mean 100, 200 jobs and many hundreds of millions of dollars of sustained development for our region in the future. So those are some examples.
Thank you so much, Peter. Sure appreciate you being here today. Very appreciative of the work you do. I know when we were at RMA in November, there was a lot of discussion around the RETAs and trying to implore the government to rethink funding and increase funding, to be quite frank on that. And I think a lot of the municipalities at the table sharing that sentiment. So thank you very much for your time and your efforts. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a 10:30, but why don't we get started on our subdivisions? If we go down to E1, subdivision application 2021-0-116, Darray Farms Limited. Good morning, Hillary. Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and rest of council. I have everything queued up and ready to go, knowing that this was a busy day. So the first subdivision that we have for you today is subdivision application 2021-0-116. As Mr. Chairman noted, it was for Darray Farms. This subdivision is to look at the a split of an existing parcel on the kind of northeast end of their the business park area, and then the creation of 3 smaller industrial parcels in the larger land that they have remaining. And with that, I will get Steve to go through the planning comments and the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This application, as described, is creating a couple new internal parcels in the 508 Business Park, along with splitting one and doing a property line adjustment with affects that larger parcel that Ritchie Brothers auction uses in the very southeast corner there. So 3 new lots at 2.94 acres in size each will be created. The existing 13.92 acre lot by the CPR tracks will be re-subdivided. It'll be split into 2 titles, a 5 acre and an 8.92 acre. And then we'll do a property line adjustment to straighten out the Ritchie Brothers auction site with the adjacent parcel. Those are 11.27 and 31.9 acres. And after the adjustment, it'll be 18.74 and 24.41 acres in size. So a little bit of a land swap going on between there. So this 508 Business Park has an area structure plan in place. The servicing proposed is the same as what's currently there. Right now, individual on-site septic systems are used. The long-term plan is that this business park would have a communal septic system in place. As you can see, this is a 2021 application, and we're in 2022 here. It's taken a bit of time to get to you here. The county, we were waiting on some information, some more detailed engineering information on their ultimate communal septic system, the design for that, how that would work and tie in, as well as to ensure where they wanted to site it would be outside the 300 meters to the residents to the west there to meet the provincial requirement. So we needed a confirmation of that to make sure everything fit together before proceeding. So they had submitted that information. One of the things as well with this application, obviously, is that due to the location there, it's at the corner of Highway 4 and Highway 508. In the past, the service road was relocated and pushed more to the west along 508. So one of the things with this application is the applicants, the landowners, are consulting right now with Alberta Transportation. They might have to update or recrunch some of the numbers on the traffic impact assessment that was done back in 2014. Alberta Transportation is actually thinking that there might be less requirements on the developer as what was originally anticipated, just to the way the business park is developing and some of the larger parcels there rather than being smaller parcels and such. So there have been, over the last month here, consulting with the applicants and working on that. It's my understanding from information I got this week from Alberta Transportation is that the developer has hired a traffic engineer to do that update to submit it to Alberta Transportation. But with that, Alberta Transportation was okay with you proceeding with the application, not to hold up the applicants, and just to put a condition on there that the final requirements of the TIA there meet Alberta Transportation's standards and requirements. Ultimately, because of the location adjacent to the highways and taking access from the highway, any subdivision approval ultimately has to be signed off also by Alberta Transportation, so they have to be satisfied. So AT is okay with, at the local level, the application proceeding, and that's why it's in front of you today. So with that, the application itself meets the requirements of the county's bylaw for the rural general industrial land use districts. The lot sizes conform. As well, the 508 agribusiness park area structure plan is adopted by council is applicable, and this conforms to that as well. So during the circulation of this application, other than addressing Alberta Transportation's requirements, there's no other special needs. The CPR commented on the application with their standard references to setbacks to railway and that sort of thing, which is not applicable for industrial development. One of the things with this application is municipal reserve is applicable. On one of the existing lots we're resplitting here, that 13.92 acre, there was a deferred reserve caveat on there. So with this resplit, we're suggesting that that be paid at this time, and the deferred reserve caveat moved from the off the title. So the total area involved for municipal reserve payment would be 22.74 acres. The value that was provided to us from your tax assessor was $19,500 per acre. So that would be applicable on the 22.74 acres. Which comes in at approximately a $44,343 municipal reserve payment to Lethbridge County to address the reserve requirements. So with that, in compliance with the area structure plan land use bylaw, I have recommended approval to you with the conditions that that reserve be addressed as outlined. And then the other conditions being outstanding property taxes are paid and up to date, development agreements entered into with Lethbridge County. There'll be a general utility easement registered that will be in the county's name for the new proposed lots. The fourth is that the conditions as required by Alberta Transportation shall be provided prior to finalization. And that the fifth condition is that the applicant submits their final plan of survey based on the approval. So it'd be those 5 conditions and the reserve payment would be the recommendation.
Thank you, Steve. Council, any discussion? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the reserve, and when you were splitting off the little pieces there by Ritchie Brothers into the 2, do you not pay reserve on either one of those, or has it already been paid?
You mean on the reconfiguration of
Yeah.
those 2 titles?
Yeah.
Steve?
Yeah, those ones were already paid. So we're going to pay now on the 3 new lots that are coming out, and then the split, the 13.92 acre split, and a deferred reserve caveat on there. So now it'll be paid and discharged off of that.
Claus?
Yeah, with that, I'll move that we approve this subdivision application 2021-0-116 to be approved, subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Claus. So Claus has moved the recommendation. Any discussion? So I will call the question. The recommendation was subdivision application 2021-0-116 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Hillary. Why don't we just, we'll just hold here for a few moments and start our 10:30
Sounds good.
delegation.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just move down here. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring it up. I'm just gonna find the right spot.
morning, Shannon. How are you?
Hey, okay, how are you?
Southeast of Goldell, at the golf course.
Okay. Glasses would help.
A pretty busy day ahead of us, Shannon, so maybe I'll turn the floor over to you. We have Shannon Frank joining us this morning from the Old Man Watershed Council, and Shannon has a presentation for us. We do appreciate you being here, and we value your time. We do have a hard out just before 11. If we could, we have a public hearing scheduled for 11 o'clock this morning, so if we could work within that, that'd be great.
Sure, yeah. Most councils only give me 10 minutes, so I'm just flying through.
No, awesome. Thank you for being here, Shannon.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So yeah, first I want to thank you guys for your annual donations, and I really appreciate that you do the longer term budgets as well. It's really helpful, and really appreciate all the donations you made over many years. So yeah, I just wanted to give you a quick update on kind of the past year and what we've been working on and what's coming next. So just a quick reminder about a watershed. I know this isn't a word that we all use every day other than me. It's just all the land that drains into the Old Man River through its many tributaries. I'm sure you guys are more familiar with that than some of the groups that I present to. So we cover the whole Old Man River Basin, of course, so quite a large area. There's, I think, 42 municipalities within this area, so we're happy to work with all of you. So a quick reminder about who we are. I know you're fairly familiar with us, but I just want to give you a reminder that our vision is a healthy, resilient watershed where people, wildlife, and habitat thrive. So we are talking about those three pillars of environment, society, and economy. We look at all of them, similar to how you have to operate. You know, we have to make sure we're talking about all of it. And our mission is to be a collaborative forum, which is also very important to us. And it really means that we have all the seats at the table. So similar to all watershed planning and advisory councils in Alberta, there's 11 of us. We all have to have a multi-sector board of directors. So we actually have 19 seats on our board. It's quite big, but we want to make sure we have all the voices at the table. So for municipalities, we do have a seat for counties and municipal districts. It's currently filled by Reeve Randy Bullock from Cardston County. We have a seat for towns and villages. Currently it's Mayor Kent Bullock with Barnwell. And we have a seat for the city. So municipalities have 3 seats, and that's actually the most of anybody. We also have a seat for the federal government, provincial government, our First Nations partners, environmental groups, agriculture, irrigation, you name it. And so it really is that collaborative forum and, you know, making sure that we hear all perspectives. Here's a snapshot of some of the groups currently filling those roles. So for industry, we have Spray Lake Sawmills, academia is the university, health is Alberta Health, etc. And so again, being a collaborative forum, it's very important that we remain neutral. So whenever we talk about issues, often what we do is we say, these are areas where there's lots of consensus, these are areas where there's not, where it needs more discussion. You know, these are the economic benefits, these are the potential impacts on the watershed that might not always be positive. So we make sure we're sharing all the information, and it's really critical to us that we're a trusted resource of information. What we saw just the last couple of years, especially with the big coal debate, was that people were really looking for that kind of unbiased, trustworthy information, and they were coming to us for that because they knew that we're neutral, we're not political, and we're not biased. And so we have met with a lot of groups, including lots of municipalities, who wanted more information about potential impacts on them that they trusted us to give. So just highlighting a few of our key projects from the past year. So I mentioned a bit about how we operate with commenting and providing input on legislation and policy, such as with the coal. We also have a seat with the Alberta Water Council, which is a provincial group. We have a seat on the Alberta Energy Regulator, multi-stakeholder engagement and advisory committee, and a whole bunch of other government committees where we provide feedback and comment on draft policies, draft plans, that sort of thing. And one where we're talking about what do we do if there's a drought. And that one's really important for our area, of course. So we're sitting there with irrigation, agriculture, and the watershed councils to talk about what happens. We keep a close eye on the snowpack, and we look at, are we going to have an issue this year, and if so, what do we do? So some examples. One of our biggest projects is still in the headwaters. We're out there every summer talking to recreationists directly about things like staying on designated trails, using bridges, putting out campfires, not spreading invasive species. These are really important things that people are learning and doing more and more of, and we want to support that. We're also restoring stream banks, so we plant a lot of willows. Last year we planted 2,500 willow stakes. They're like 3 feet, just over 3 feet long, and we actually stake them into the ground and make a hole with a big post, and then they grow back. They're like magic. And I'm sure some of you have seen that before in the rural areas. There's a lot of that happening, which is great. So yeah, we planted 2,500 at 7 different stream banks. We spoke to 1,800 people in person. We also did 218 surveys to gauge people's knowledge levels and what practices they're already adopting and which ones they're not, so we know where to focus. And we did 7 creek banks. And then also we monitor our impact by taking water samples and benthic invertebrate samples. They're the little critters that live on the bottom of the creeks. And that tells us what species there are, and how many tells us how healthy that creek is. So we do about 7 to 10 creeks a year. And a lot of that is funded by Spray Lakes and the Government of Alberta. Another project that you're familiar with is the Watershed Legacy Program. So that's the one where we actually give small grants directly to producers on private land. Generally, we get a lot of applications for riparian fencing and off-site watering systems. So we've done 50 kilometers of fencing and 27 watering systems, keeping almost 10,000 animals away from our water bodies, and better grazing practices, that sort of thing. Everyone's eligible to apply, including yourself. So we do about 3 to 5 projects a year, depending how much money we fundraised. we work closely with our Indigenous partners on both Ghana and Pakani. So we do similar work with them, planting willows, doing health assessments of the land and the water, that sort of thing. Over the past 2 years, we've done 65 health assessments, 3 willow staking events, and supported 1 big seed collection project where they're actually collecting native seeds and replanting them, especially ceremonial plants and medicinal plants for their traditions. So that's been really great to see, and there's a lot going on, a lot of positive work there. And often we don't hear about it, so we're looking at better sharing those stories in the coming year. We have a project going on now with them to do some story maps and signage. Youth education is another thing we continue to do, mostly focused on those hands-on field trips and getting people out of the classroom and onto the land. We know that's really important. With COVID, of course, that's been difficult, but we've still been doing a few events a year because they're outdoors, they're safe. And we look forward to doing a lot more of that now that hopefully COVID is almost over. And lastly, I'll just mention our newest project. And some of you might have heard about this already, but because we were doing surveys over the past year to gauge people's knowledge levels about agriculture, specifically in urban areas, what their concerns are, what they need to learn more about. And we have very interesting results. And so we're using that to create this new program to educate urban consumers about where their food comes from, address any concerns that they have, any myths that they think are facts that are not, and really bring people together, from producers and consumers together, so they can learn from each other, see what's actually happening in our watershed. We have a lot of good stewardship stories that we want to tell. So this is going to involve written interviews. I don't know if you read the Rolling Stone magazine, but those are kind of famous interviews where they're really interesting and engaging style of interview. And then we have I think 16 videos where we're sitting one-on-one with producers and talking about what is happening on the land. And we have 3 in-person events coming up over the next year and a half. So this is our newest project, and we're very excited about it. We really want to make sure people are working together and not just pointing fingers and you know, seeing that sort of blame game. We don't like that. We want people to be united. So that's our most recent project that we're working on. Please keep in touch. You can be a member as an organization, which I'm sure the county is, and as an individual as well. So please sign up. It's free and automatically renews now, so you only have to do it once. We do have a newsletter, and we're on all the social media channels if you're into that. We have a website, and we're not hard to find. We have a new office now too at the Plaza One building just behind Canadian Tire, where there's the big Dollarama. It's the old Catelli pasta factory. You can find us there anytime you like. Otherwise, I'll be happy to answer your questions, and you can enjoy this picture of where the Oldman River meets the Bow River and becomes the South Saskatchewan River.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shannon, you know, of course, you know, we're in the heart of the LMID irrigation district down here, and last year the snowpack was a bit of a concern. Where we're at this time for the
Much
snowpack.
better. Yeah,
Pardon me?
our snowpacks
Yeah.
are all above average right now.
It is?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Thank
good.
God. Yeah. Yeah, so we're happy. Obviously, the spring rains are also really important, and not just for snowpack, but for soil moisture. Because what we've seen this year with the wind is a lot of sublimation, where the snow is just evaporating back into the atmosphere and it's not melting, which is an issue. So we want to make sure it actually melts into the ground. So we're hoping it's not windy, and it's that we do get some good spring rains.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You briefly touched on invasive species. Are you aware of any, well, the common one is the zebra mussel, but what are we looking at right now in your watershed?
So very luckily, we don't have any invasions yet, and that's something we're really working to keep out. So the government's still doing the check stations at some of the border crossings, and we've been really pushing the minister to have more monitoring at boat launches specifically. Like we talk to the irrigation districts fairly often, and you know, if there's not the capacity to have somebody at a major boat launch to check boats, that becomes a question of, well, should that boat launch be open? And then you know, recreationists are going to get upset, and nobody wants to deal with that. It's bad for everybody. And so it is a question, like, who's going to have the paid person to stay there? A lot of them right now are voluntary. Like, if you go to a lake, they ask you some questions and you say, you know, no, I don't have any mussels, but it's a little concerning. So we've been pushing for more funding for these check stations and monitoring at boat launches, but that's certainly still a big concern.
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question about the youth education that you have. Are you working with schools too, that they come out in there? And because like with agriculture, we have the CAP program, and you know, that you kind of combine with working with them, or do you just do things out on your own?
So we mostly work in partnership with other groups, like in Pincher Creek, for example, they have a Creek Day where all the schools come out, and there's a bunch of us, like the Waterton Biosphere Reserve, Trout Unlimited, Cows and Fish, us, and others, put on like a big day of activities, and they go from kind of activity to activity. So it kind of varies depending on area. Some schools because they know us and we have a good relationship, they call us every single year, and so it happens kind of naturally. In other cases, we do send teachers and schools our roster of offerings, as you say, and encourage them to contact us, but we haven't had a great success that way. I think it's really tough for teachers. So it's happened a little bit more through events, like even sometimes, for example, at Canada Day. It's a day off for schools, but they will say, like, you know, you should go to this event. There's a big family event happening, so a lot of them will show up with their families. So it happens in lots of different ways, but we're certainly open to more partnerships and more events and schools. So yeah, if you have any connections, we're happy to follow up. We work with the Nature Center, for example, a lot of different options there. So yeah, any way we can kind of build that relationship is really important. The teachers have told us they need that same person there every year. Like, it's too hard for them to figure out what's happening and who's out there. They need someone reliable. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shannon. We sure appreciate you coming in. Appreciate the work you do, and you know, always enjoy your contributions to our monthly Mayors and Reeves meetings. And thank you for being here today and for the update.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Yeah, good to see you.
Why don't we continue down in our subdivisions? We'll go down to number 2, subdivision application 2021-0-208. Thank you, Hillary and Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this next subdivision application is actually just north of the one that we previously talked about at the Taylor Business Park. And what this application is looking to do is, last year, the landowner came in to rezone their parcel to Group Country Residential to allow for a single split of their parcel. The rezoning was required just because of the fragmentation in this area, and to to state that, this was intended for not an isolated acreage, but for group country residential purposes. So they have submitted their application to the Steve Hardy at the Old Man River Regional Services Commission for council to review and consider the split of this parcel for country residential purposes. And I will let Steve go through the planning comments and the recommendation.
Hey, Mr. Chair. As described, this application is a resplit of an existing title, 10.63 acres in size, purpose being to create a new vacant 3-acre parcel at the north end, and then a 7.63 acre parcel at the south end, which will comprise the existing yard with the residents there. As Hilary mentioned, this parent parcel was rezoned by council to the Group Country Residential Land Use District in anticipation of this subdivision application coming forward to you, which is in front of you today. The 3-acre parcel being created is a vacant parcel area. The landowner proposes to service that in the same manner as what they presently do, with having a private cistern system for water, an on-site septic system. So with that, on approval, one of the conditions would be that they have to do an on-site soils analysis to verify the suitability for the additional septic system on the 3 acres. As this is an existing area, obviously there's existing shallow utilities all in place, and they take access from that municipal road allowance on the west side. During the circulation of this application, there was no concerns submitted. Alberta Transportation has granted an approval because they don't take direct access off the highway. The CPR comments is their standard form letter saying they don't support residential development in proximity rail lines. However, this application is able to exceed the 75-meter setback, as there will be area over 160 meters away from the CPR right-of-way. So with that, and no objections or other concerns received, based on the rezoning that council granted to the Group Country Residential Land Use District, this application does conform to the Group Country Residential subdivision criteria. The lot sizes comply with the land use bylaw criteria. I will mention that in this particular application, you'll see on an approval there is no municipal reserve, and that's for the simple reason that when Mr. Joss created the parent 10.63 acre parcel, he paid municipal reserve at that time, and then once you pay it, it's not due again. You only pay the one time, whatever. So that was paid in the past, so it's not applicable in this situation. So with that, I have recommended approval to you based on those reasons, and it would be subject to the conditions that all outstanding property taxes are paid and up to date to the county, a development agreement entered into if required, that they submit a final plan of survey, that they do the professional soils analysis and submit it with favorable results. And the one utility company that did request an easement was Fortis Alberta, because they don't have an easement in place. So with those 5 conditions, based on complying to the bylaw and the Group Country Residential criteria, I've recommended approval to you.
Thank you, Steve. Council, any discussion, questions? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How important is the soil analysis if it's already had one approved septic field installed in there, and there's a low probability of the soil changing that much within there? Is that a necessary condition?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, in response to Councillor Van Essen's question, it's one of the subdivision criteria has stipulations in the bylaw that they have to provide the soils analysis. The reason for that is the existing system that there was put in many years ago, but on a new lot, it's a requirement under the provincial private sewage standards that they have to provide 2 on-site test pits with favorable results. So at the subdivision stage, they'd have to do that if they're constructing dwelling anyways, but it's required to be provided up front at the subdivision stage, because if sometimes you do get variations or you get a higher water table or that sort of thing in a certain area, because it can vary. So if that's the case and there's no alternative method that will work, you don't want to be creating a lot if it can't have a self-sustaining on-site system, whatever. So that is part of the county's subdivision criteria in the bylaw, that for a vacant parcel, since they have to do it anyways, that's just done up front, just to confirm, rather prior to a title being created at Land Titles, just to verify.
Thanks, Steve. Anything further, council? Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the group country residential status. Is it because there's so many other houses in the surrounding area? Is that why we changed the group country? I can't remember.
It was that, and also because of the parent parcel had already had a subdivision out of it. So we want, once you start fragmenting the parcel further, you want to kind of justify the use. So that's why we'd want to, it's not meant as an isolated acreage anymore. It's definitely country residential. So that's why we move forward with rezoning in these cases, so that when people are coming in, there's an understanding that this is, you know, more people living in close proximity to each other.
Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you.
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to move that the subdivision application 2021-0-208 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? So John has moved subdivision application 2021-0-208 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. And with that, if there is no objection, why don't we take a short recess and we will reconvene at 11 o'clock for our public hearing.
Good.
Thank you. We will call the meeting back to order, and we have an 11 o'clock public hearing for bylaw 22-001, the municipal development plan, our public hearing. So with that, I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Lauren?
I would move that we open the public hearing for
22-001. Thank you. Council, any discussion? Not, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. I will throw to you, Hillary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm very pleased to present to you the final draft of the county's municipal development plan. In the last year, we have been working on creating this new plan, making sure that it is a document that reflects the county's strategic goals and objectives, and is a document that every citizen would be able to open up, look at, and be able to say, I know how this fits into what I want to do on my property. At least that's the hope. Back in January of last year, we began consultation and the review process for this plan. The current municipal development plan that we have today was approved in January of 2010, so it is 12 years old. And typically, a municipal development plan should be reviewed every 5 years with a complete review every 10 to 15 years. And this ensures that the plan is meeting the needs of the county and the county's strategic direction that does change over time. It does not stay static. The updated municipal development plan has a format that is user-friendly and provides clear policy direction for development within our municipality. The plan has been split into 5 main sections, being an introduction. This section reviews the legislative requirements and provides the overview for the plan in general. Part 2 is the community overview. This section briefly looks over the location of Lethbridge County in the larger geographic area, and then some notable statistics. Part 3 is an overall vision. This section includes the guiding principles that County Council reviewed as we went through that consultation process. And Part 4, this is kind of the meat and potatoes of this particular plan, is our plan policies. This section is the main part of the plan and looks at different areas for consideration. And those include agricultural land use and development, general land use, so kind of our general provisions for development, subdivision criteria, residential development, industrial commercial development, infrastructure and servicing, so looking at roads, water, sewer services, those types of things. The environment part looks at like how are we being, if there's lands within the county, how are we good stewards towards those lands and taking into consideration any environmental impacts that development may have. Alternative and renewable energy, so looking at solar, wind, biofuel developments within the county, which are becoming more and more important. Economic development, so how we are tying in economic development in our planning side. And then intermunicipal and regional collaboration. And a lot of those things probably resonate with you a little bit this morning just because of the presentation with Peter Casarella. And we have focused this plan on looking at those key components of economic development, intermunicipal and regional collaboration, so that we can all benefit from good development. And the final section of this plan is looking at the implementation. Just a very brief section on how the municipal plan shall be used and provides a review schedule, just so that we're consistently looking at these documents over time. They shouldn't just sit on a shelf and collect dust. They are points in time that we should constantly be looking at and saying, are we hitting all of our points? Are we meeting our strategic plans and objectives? As part of the review and consultation process, county administration we had 5 workshops with county council. Not all of you were involved in all of those, but some of you were, and I thank you for attending those and being participating in those workshops. In addition, we had 6 articles which were written and published in the Sunny South News and also posted on the What's Happening County webpage. These articles provided more detail on the certain aspects of municipal development of the plan and provided county citizens the opportunity to learn more about what the plan was and how to get involved in the process. The final draft of the plan has also been posted on the website and advertised in the Sunny South News so that any citizens, if they felt they had some questions or concerns or even just general comments, had that opportunity to participate in this process. The application was circulated to external agencies such as the NRCB and Alberta Transportation specifically, and all adjacent municipalities, so sent to all 11 of our adjacent municipalities. All the comments have been included in the attached report. There was we had specific feedback from the Lethbridge Northern Irrigation District and the City of Lethbridge. All the other municipalities had no comments. We did get a couple of kudos here and there saying that they appreciated the plan and that it was well done. With regards to the specific feedback, I wanted to kind of just relay what those specific comments were, just so that you as County Council had the full picture of what those comments were and how we were anticipating addressing or not addressing them in this plan. The Lethbridge Northern Irrigation District had the following comments, that they wanted to have an additional setback to an irrigation pipeline right-of-way. They wanted language included that irrigation pipelines would be protected within the county, and they wanted an updated irrigation map. The county administration did review these requested additions and determined that the inclusion of setbacks to pipeline right-of-ways was not an appropriate addition to them. Yes, absolutely.
The LNID requesting a 50 feet setback, is that from either side of the, so that's basically
Yes.
works out to 100 feet then, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus what they already have.
Yeah, thanks.
So when we were looking at that, setbacks are a regulatory item and is used typically in a land use bylaw. So when you look at setbacks, probably you're all landowners within the county, you know that there's a setback from a county road, there's a setback from a side or a rear property line. But we don't typically have setbacks to right-of-ways. So if a gas line or electrical company has, a utility right-of-way, we don't have an additional setback to that. You're meant to work within the right-of-way that you've kind of worked with the landowner to obtain. So we determined that that particular request was not necessarily appropriate one for the municipal development plan, nor something that we would typically endorse, generally speaking, because it's putting an additional restriction on a landowner. So we're working with the Lethbridge Northern Irrigation District on these comments. The St. Mary's Irrigation District provided no comments. They didn't have any concerns with regards to setbacks, just for context. Yeah.
Thanks, Ellie. I just want to sort of make sure I can wrap my head around that. What they were asking for was then, if there's a utility right away, say I have a pipeline through my yard, they were asking for 50 feet on either side of their right of way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
that's correct. So as mentioned, we decided in terms of specifically our municipal development plan that this wasn't the proper location for that type of request. Municipal development plan doesn't typically include regulatory setback requirements in it. In addition, we did have a map in our original MDP that we currently have. We actually took out that irrigation map just because irrigation districts are constantly changing. They're growing, they're changing from canals to pipelines. So we determined that having that type of map that was very static would be best just to refer to them into, if somebody had a question about where something was located, go to the irrigation district themselves, because they're going to have their most up-to-date information. So that was how we addressed the comments that were coming back from the Lethbridge Northern Irrigation District. In addition, we had comments also from the City of Lethbridge. They had a number of suggestions, including reference to the intermunicipal development plan, policies, clarity on referrals to the city, and all adjacent municipalities, additional policies with regards to roads and water for firefighting purposes, and then some general comments. So once again, we reviewed their request in depth, and we did make some adjustments to the municipal development plan to kind of just clarify. They're mostly points of clarification, so that there was just a kind of a redundancy built into the plan with regards to referrals. So you'll note that we added 6 policy items. There is an additional policy added to section 4, policy 4.9, which would just reflect that development applications that were within that referral area, within the setback or within the plan area to say an intermunicipal development plan would be referred to that adjacent municipality. It's something that the county does already. We look at all of our intermunicipal development plans all the time, and we consistently apply those referral policies. So this was just building in that into the MDP, giving some comfort to the city and all adjacent municipalities that we were doing our due diligence. And then we added a number of other policies. Under 4.15, we added a bullet point just to say, have a reference to intermunicipal development plans. That was also mirrored in 4.19, just to make it clear that these documents are working together. Policy 10.31 and 10.37, we added adjacent municipalities in terms of when we are contacting and referring applications to our adjacent neighbors, or adjacent municipal neighbors. So really just clarification points, nothing fundamentally changing to the plan. In section 11, we did add a policy with regards to roads that the county will consult with adjacent municipalities with regards to any new or future road networks as per any approved intermunicipal development plan. Once again, this is just trying to building in a little bit of redundancy so that if somebody doesn't look at that IDP, but they're looking at our municipal development plan, that they understand that there's those referrals in place. As I mentioned, we didn't have any other comments from the adjacent municipalities or external agencies. And so those were the changes that we proposed just based off of the city's comments. So with regards to moving forward with this particular municipal development plan, there are some options given that I have provided you with some amendments. County Council could outright just refuse second reading of this particular municipal development plan. There's not really any good advantages to refusing the municipal development plan, as it would just leave our existing document in place, which is kind of stagnant and it required updates. Option 2, just based on the amendments that I provided to you, County Council may choose not to accept the amendments upon second reading of this bylaw. Although I would say that the proposed amendments are minor in nature and do not materially impact the municipal development plan one way or another. And at County Council's discretion, you may choose to make other amendments to the MDP based off of any discussion that comes out of this public hearing today. The recommendation that I have proposed to County Council is that the municipal development plan be approved at second reading as amended to include these minor updates, just to make sure that we are working with the city as best that we can with regards to these policies. And so the reasons that I give for that recommendation is that the proposed municipal development plan does meet all the requirements of the Municipal Government Act and does align with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, which are our overarching guiding documents from the province. And also that the proposed municipal development plan meets the current strategic goals of Lethbridge County and does provide a framework for development moving forward. With regards to, I was just going to mention one thing with the public consultation. We heard some feedback over the course of the year from different landowners over time. We consulted with the confined feeding operations on the expansion of the exclusion zones around our hamlets. We had some really good commentary from the feedlot owners, and County Council agreed to pretty much maintain what we had today based on that feedback, which was fine. It was just a good exercise just to engage that particular, those landowners and make sure that we're all on the same page. We also did get some commentary back from the greenhouses just on some policy development that we had. We did change some things in the plan accordingly just to ensure that they weren't being negatively impacted or being, pinpointed as excluded from any development in the county exclusively. And then I did get one comment back from a landowner who owns land next to the airport. They were wondering about how they could address their lands and with growth around the airport. And the the advice that I gave them is that this plan doesn't address specifically development around the airport, but that would be something that we would address when we're looking at the intermunicipal development plan with the city of Lethbridge. That's where we would probably like really focus in on what's going to be happening there in the next, 5 to 10 years. And we anticipate that discussion happening probably with the city in the next year. So just so you know, there was a little bit of commentary back from county residents, not a whole lot. High-level policy documents aren't necessarily very, they're not enticing for people to really look at. They're very broad, but they do set the framework for both administration, council, and any developers within the county. So with that, that concludes kind of my report on this particular plan, and I am open to any discussion amongst with regards to this plan and how it impacts the county.
Thank you very much, Hillary. I know this is a big undertaking, so thank you for bringing this forward for us today. Council, discussion, questions at this point? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the past, we've had, I've raised questions and inquiries about small acreage subdivisions out of quarters, in the sense that we seem to have had we did have two different regulations for subdivisions out of quarters based on whether it was an existing yard site or a new subdivision where there was no existing yard site. I note in the new document in 5.4, we have a mention that a single parcel up to a maximum of 10 acres is allowed out of a quarter section. Has that changed then? Or are we still, do we still have those two different regulations in this document?
So thank you, Councillor Kurbers, through the chair. With regards to subdivision, the MDP kind of gives like the broad guidance, so the initial parcel out of a quarter section, whereas the land use bylaw is where we have our specific regulations around like the subdivision itself. So we haven't changed anything. This is the same language that we've used in our previous municipal development plan. We still have that ability. So if somebody were to come in and they have a 5-acre parcel, but say that yard has changed, they put up a new house and they've oriented it slightly differently, they might have the opportunity to come in to resplit that one more time. At council's discretion, of course, you acting as a subdivision authority. The 10-acre maximum was used just to ensure that you weren't getting, like, where people weren't including, say, agricultural land in, say, a more country, like when it's intended for, say, isolated country residential use. So limiting the size of that so that somebody can come back and do resplit upon resplit upon resplit. So that's kind of the intention behind it.
Thank you. So, I mean, basically, this is a different document than what I was looking at and talking about then. So,
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One minor organization thing within this document, we were referring to 5.2, 2 point whatever. Could we include the main heading that it's under as the first bullet point? Because we have a number of 4.1s within the document. So as you're going through them, we're talking 4.1, but is that in which category? Is it land development or whatever? Would it be something, would it be prudent to have our general categories addressed in the headings?
Could you just give an example of what you're talking
Okay,
about,
so,
Councillor Van Essen?
So if we're on land development, we got a 4.0. Then if we go down to subdivision, is that where it is? I believe I was seeing in there that we had multiples of 418, unless I'm reading it wrong. My apologies. Upon further inspection, as you were mentioning 410, I was not reading the same area. That appears to be my mistake. Other question. We have a new strategic plan developed here in the last few months. It's not fully released yet. Is it prudent to be basing this large document off of an old strategic plan?
I will let CAO Ann take that because I'm not privy to the whole strategic plan.
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen. The strategic plan is an overall broad-reaching document. However, when we were developing this, a lot of the same policies apply. So I would say that it is in conjunction with our current strategic plan, which will be presented to Council in April.
Thank you, CAO. One other thing, not fully aware if this is applicable to this document, but I'd like to put it out there on denied subdivision applications, if they could be circulated within council as we can have a feel of what's coming forward. Is that relevant to this document?
So just for clarification, Councillor Van Essen, for the chair, in denied applications in that when they're being presented to council that we're recommending they be denied, or that when they're denied, when they're going to the appeal board?
Denied ones that don't come forward, does the subdivision authority have the power that they don't bring them forward and they don't fit the application at all?
So with regards to that, just through the chair, all subdivisions come forward to county council.
Okay.
None of them ever don't, like if somebody wants to apply, they have the right to bring forward that application to council. So no subdivision can be just put off to the side by administration or by Steve Hardy at the Oldman River Regional Services Commission. They all come forward for consideration. An applicant may, they might come in and ask a question, and we might say, we will likely recommend not to approve this based off of these policies, and then they can choose. I'm going to come forward anyhow, or I'm not going to proceed with the application. But any application that is received and processed comes forward to county council as the subdivision authority.
Thank you.
And if I may,
Morris?
there are certain municipalities, they do it a little differently too. It's basically administration, what approve or deny, and then when let's say the administration denies in that municipality, then they can take it to their council.
Yes, through the chair, Councillor Zeenstra, there are different methods of dealing with it. As council, you decide who the subdivision authority is, so you can decide that we don't want to consider these applications. We want administration to consider these applications first, and that's how some municipalities do it. Just depends on the volume of applications coming in, or how busy county council feels that they are doing other work in the county. And in some of those instances, sometimes a councillor is actually on an appeal board in that instance, and so that's how it can kind of dovetail back into a council setting. So there are definitely different ways to handling subdivisions. How you handle it is you haven't delegated that authority, so you guys are the authority. You make the decision solely on subdivisions. If it's appealed, it goes to the appeal board process.
Thank you, Hillary. Anything further from council at this time? Okay. Sorry. Mark?
I was just going to make the motion, the bylaw 22
We'll just, I'll ask a couple questions, then we'll
sorry.
close, and then we'll
sorry.
continue on. No, is there any other further questions? Sorry, I should have been more clear. Any further questions from council at this time? As this is the public hearing, this is the council's opportunity to hear feedback from the public. So I will ask if there's anyone from the public. I realize I can see the room, but I will ask the question. If there's anyone who would like to speak either in favor or in opposition at this time, I will ask again if there's anyone anyone willing to speak in favor or opposition. And I will ask one more time if there is anyone who would like to speak in favor or opposition. having heard that, I will thank the public for their input into this matter at this time, and I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Klaus?
I'll move to close public hearing.
Klaus has moved to close the public hearing. Any further discussion from council? Seeing none, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you.
Jeez, I feel like I'm at church. Anyway, I would like to move that bylaw 22-001, being the Lethbridge County Municipal Development Plan, be read a second time as amended.
Thank you, Mark. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And would we like to move to third reading? Or sorry, would we like to give this third reading? No, we don't. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that bylaw 22-001, being the Lethbridge County Municipal Development Plan, be read a third time.
Thank you, John. John has moved third reading. Is there any discussion? See none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, Harry. And I know I did joke about the public participation, but this is a long process. And so thank you to Hillary and staff and everyone that had input in this. Thank you to the public that did reach out for comment. I know in the initial stages when this was brought forward to council, there were concerns at the time. And I thank council for the good discussions we had. I think we were able to come to some good solutions where we tried to meet both the needs of the public and what council saw in this document. So the public participation, while not huge in the room today, was present, and I thank you for that, and thank you for staff's work on this project. We can now move down. Why don't we move to item 3 under subdivision applications, subdivision application 2022-0-002, Sinky Farms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this third subdivision application brought forward to you today is for a lot line reconfiguration within two parcels within the Northwest 2-11-22 west of the 4th. I will let Steve go through the planning comments and recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This next application is kind of a minor adjustment, so it might be actually hard to see what's going on here, but hopefully the diagrams make some sense. But there's two adjacent agricultural parcels, 95.06 and 225.66 acres in size. And the two landowners have made an agreement among themselves. They want to adjust and reshape a little bit, straighten out that property line between them, which will result in agricultural titles of 95.88 and 224.84 acres in size. So it's a very small amount of land, 0.82 acres, that's being adjusted between the two of them. The reason for this is that as you can see there on the screen with the white boundary there, it's kind of convoluted, but the existing boundary was created decades ago, actually by the Irrigation District. They subdivided this parcel under the Irrigation Districts Act, using an old irrigation ditch as the separation between the two agricultural titles. That ditch has been replaced. It's not there anymore by a pipeline that went in, and there's no longer a physical constraint on the land as it previously was when the subdivision property line was originally created. So the two landowners, I guess, in working over the years and between them, have decided they would like to realign that on how it actually works the best between them and how they farm the land and operate. And how they have the irrigation on there, so that shared property line will be adjusted slightly, be slightly straightened out a bit, and in the end there will be 0.28 acres of land swapped. There are no buildings on the land in the area being exchanged between the two titles. And there is a dugout in the southwest corner of the east parcel that was previously jogged around, and that dugout will now be located on the west 95.88 acre parcel and that landowner actually uses the dugout, and it's going to go onto that title. So that's the other kind of minor adjustment with the property line, is just swapping the dugout from one to the other parcels. So there are no servicing issues or needs with this particular thing. It's just adjusting that property line the way the owners like it. So the access still remains the same as unaffected. So this is a property line adjustment, what we call a reconfiguration of boundary subdivision, which your subdivision criterion land use bylaw allows for. There's no separate or standalone new title being created, just the two titles are there, are just going to be adjusted and the boundary is going to be changed in the end, which has to be done by a plan of survey from an Alberta land surveyor to be registered land titles. As well, the agricultural parcel size that result comply with the bylaw. So this is a discretionary subdivision in the sense that the reconfiguration you just have to be comfortable with, or that makes sense to you. What was applied for is what makes sense to the landowners between them and how they use the land. During the circulation of this application, there was no concerns or objections received. ATCO Gas does require an easement. The LNID has responded they don't have concerns with it. There'll just be some adjustment there on the irrigation. So with it conforming to the bylaw and can be considered under your reconfiguration property line adjustment subdivision criteria, I have recommended approval to you. And that would be just with 4 basic conditions. The property taxes paid up to date, development agreement entered into if required. Likely nothing will be needed, but the third will be that they have to submit a final plan from a surveyor doing this consolidation and realignment, so that there's a new plan registered, so each parcel will have a lot, block and plan number assigned to it, so they can't re-subdivide or change that without coming back to you for an approval on that. And then the 4th condition be the ATCO Gas easement. So on that basis, with those conditions, I've presented a recommendation of approval to you.
Thanks, Steve. Council, any clause?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they're just going to make it to where it should have been way back, but in way back they did it because of the irrigation days. Who owns that? The corner, it doesn't say there.
This one here, Mr. Slingerland.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, I'll move that we that subdivision application as 2022-0-002 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Claus. Any further discussion from council? Motion is that subdivision application 2022-0-002 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you. And we can continue on. We will move down to item 4 under subdivision applications. Subdivision application 2022-0-005.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this next subdivision application is for a first parcel out of a quarter section. This parcel is located just to the east of Highway 23, north of Nobleford, the town of Nobleford, and it is in obviously the northwest 15, 11, 23 west of the 4th. They are requesting to subdivide out a 4.5 acre vacant parcel. It is noted that there was formerly a residence on this parcel. As you can kind of tell when we zoom in a little bit, you can see that there's still some probably older outbuildings, accessory buildings, and then an established hedge. I will let Steve go through the planning comments and the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this application is to take the first subdivision out of the quarter section. It is for a former farmstead area, an older farmstead area is there. However, they removed the dwelling that was on there a few years ago, so there's no habitable dwelling on the property. As Hilary mentioned, there's a few older farm out buildings and then the tree shelter belt that's on there. The abandoned septic field is still in place, that sorts of things, but there's no dwelling. So because of that, it does have to be treated as a vacant parcel subdivision because there is no habitable dwelling on there. So with that, the parcel that for the application they sent in was to subdivide a rectangular parcel squared off right to the west municipal road allowance, which results in a 4.5 acre parcel. So that is above the 3 acre maximum parcel size for a vacant parcel. As a farmstead, if it was a farmstead and the house was still there, whatever, that criteria is based on the developed yard area, minimum of 2 acres up to the maximum of the 10 acres based on the actual improvements there. So this one's kind of just because of the history and what's happened from them moving the house off, just kind of puts it in the other category. So the applicants are subdividing because they do want to apply to construct and replace and put a new dwelling and create a yard for that. The original yard, it is set back from the road there approximately 120 meters. At the time when it was put there decades ago, just because that's the highest elevation on the quarter section. So there's no drainage issues, doesn't experience any flooding or that sort of thing, is why that the family chose that spot many decades ago. So the applicant is proposing that they would service it with just a hauled private cistern system, and the sewage would be treated on site by the installation of a new on-site septic field system. So one of the things particular to this parcel, it did require an approval from the Historic Resources Director because it's adjacent to a identified category HRV 5 site. We did get correspondence back from them. They have no concerns with it and allow the subdivision to go ahead. They don't have to apply for historic resource clearance due to the nature of the application and being a first subdivision out for former farmstead. One of the other things with this application is to consider is the waiver request to go beyond the 3 acres for a vacant at the 4.5 acres. And in looking at that, the applicants do desire to square it off to the road. One of the things that can be considered to justify the waiver request and allow the square off to the road is that in our subdivision criteria, there is a criteria in there that says that if there's 100 meters or less between a parcel boundary to the quarter section line, it should be squared off so that it's a straight, so you don't have a little piece of land left over, so to speak, or it makes it difficult to farm and that sort of a thing. So in this case, if you're just subdividing the yard area itself, it would only be 1.8 acres, so it wouldn't meet the 2 acre minimum parcel size. So you'd have to put some land logically over to the west towards the road there in order to make that 2 acre minimum. So in going over in that direction, what results in if we were to do a 3 acre vacant parcel, which is allowed in the bylaw, there would be 75 meters or less between the boundary to the road. So it would be below that 100 meters of that squaring off criteria that you have in the bylaw. So it does align with that. So the waiver could be justified on that basis of that it being less than the 100 meters in order to square off to the quarter section line. So that's what I've presented to you on the basis, and what they made their application on is to do that, to square it off. Otherwise, I drew up here, I don't know if you need to see on the big screen, but you'd have a little piece left that would, and you'd have to have a panhandle to get in for access. So during the circulation, there was no objections or concerns received. There was no request for utility easements. So with that, I have recommended approval to you as applied for, based on the rationale that I just explained for squaring it off there and it being less than the 100 meters. The conditions on approval would be the standards that taxes paid up to date, a development agreement is entered into. The third would be that they have to provide a final plan of survey based on what you approve. The fourth of that, they'd have to provide that professional soils analysis. The septic system there is probably 60 years old or more. It's not functional. They need a new system if they put it in a house. On the draft I sent out to you, it talked about the utility agency easements, but since it was circulated out, we don't have any requests for easements. So, but as this being a first parcel out subdivision, I'll also mention that municipal reserves are not applicable in this case, so there's no condition for that. So recommended to you as applied for. Alternatively, if you weren't satisfied with that 4.5 acre size being squared off to the road, you could put a condition on and not approve more than 3 acres. So they have to do a panhandle type of piece there if you didn't consent to granting the waiver.
Thanks, Steve. Council, any questions? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For myself and maybe the other new members of the council, could you alluded to an HRV5 site?
Yes.
And I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on exactly what that is.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Kurbis. We're required on all subdivisions, we have to confirm if there's what the province has identified as potential historic resources sites. So they have a map of those out, which gets updated once in a while, but they apply a category of 1 to 5 with that, 1 being the higher priority, 5 being the lower, and they assign it where it's paleontological, archaeological, that sort of a thing. So in any subdivision that is identified in that land area or is adjacent to an area identified, they have different subdivision rules based on the type of subdivision, whether it's agriculture, group country, a property line adjustment, they have different rules apply. So when it's adjacent, so this land, just some of the around Nobleford Keel Lake has a historical resource identified as a category 5. So with that, it has to either be exempted from the Director of Historic Resources for Alberta saying we don't require anything, or if they don't do that, they have to apply for a clearance for historic resource where the province would formally say, yes, you have to do something or you don't have to do something, or sometimes they'll just do a statement that says you don't have to do anything now, but at the time of development, if you find something, let's say you dig up and find teepee rings or something, then at that stage you have to stop what you're doing and you might have to do an archaeological excavation or something like that, whatever. So at the subdivision, as part of the process, we pay attention to what's been identified, what's there, the proximity, and then the type of subdivision, and whether it requires approval or not, and whether they have to apply for that. In this case, the director responded to the circulation and said, we don't need anything, they can go ahead, we're not concerned, or whatever. So, so we always look at that as part of the process before bringing it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just a comment on the, moving outside of the 3 acres. I think this is something that just makes perfect logical sense, and I applaud that we would consider that, and think that, as a county and as advancing, we need to do a little bit more of that in terms of, trying to find logical, reasonable solutions as opposed to just trying to square peg, square hole everything that comes across our desk. And in that regard, I would like to make a motion that the application 2022-0-005 be approved subject to the parcel size waiver being granted and the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, John. John has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion from council? Seeing none, the recommendation is that subdivision application 2022-0-005 be approved, subject to the parcel size waiver being granted and the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And we will move down. We have one last subdivision today. Subdivision application 2022-0-007, Bezoyan. Hillary?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the last subdivision for today. And it is similar to the last one in that it is a first parcel out of a quarter section, but this one is for an existing yard site, a clearly established, well-established yard site, which would be 5.56 acres in size. This subdivision does conform to the criteria of the land use bylaw in that it is less than 10 acres in size and does not take up any agricultural lands to move forward with this particular subdivision. And with that, I will pass it off to Steve for the rest of the planning comments and the recommendation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as described, this is a first parcel subdivision for a yard area out of the quarter section. The yard is situated in the very southwest corner, adjacent to the road. It contains a dwelling, several farm buildings, grain beds, and a tree shelter belt that you can see there. The applicant is proposing that the parcel is to be angled on the north side to account for the irrigation pivot on the adjacent agricultural land there. The existing yard is serviced by private cistern system, and sewage is treated on site by a septic field, which is just to the north side of the dwelling. It will remain within the confines of the subdivision based on this parcel layout. It won't cross the property line. The one thing to note with this application is that the applicant is proposing to exclude a 20-foot wide strip of land at the very south end to remain with the quarter section that goes by the grain bins there. That's where they get into the agricultural land and utilize the grain bins in that southwest corner there. So he wants to leave that as the access and as part of the agricultural component title there, which would be 148.38 acres in size, and just leave it as is. This is a first parcel out, and it does conform with all the criteria. There was no objections received during the referral process, so I have recommended an approval to you on that basis. Alternatively, if you didn't agree that 20-foot access strip should be left there, you could put a condition on that they square it off right to the quarter line as an alternative there, if you didn't see the merit in that. For them, the way they operate there and the way it's set up, they suggest that it is preferable to them to leave that access with the farmland and leave it the way it is and not include it as part of the acreage parcel. If they were to sell the acreage down the road or something, then they'd have be at the mercy of that owner, or would have to enter an easement with them or something like that if they wanted to continue to use that access. Otherwise, they'd have to establish a new one more to the north there, outside the bin area. So, as a first subdivision, it does conform to your policies. We do have on the existing farms, we have what's called the flexible parcel size, between 2 to 10 acres based on the improvements in the layout. So this at the 5.56 aligns with that parcel size criteria. There's no CFOs or abandoned gas wells in proximity to this that would affect it being subdivided out. Those have all been verified. So with that, and with the conforming to the bylaw, I have recommended an approval to you. There's no municipal reserve on this application due to it being the first parcel out subdivision. So I've recommended approval to you with 3 conditions on this one: the standard taxes paid up to date and development agreement, and then the third is just that they submit the final plan of survey based on your ultimate approval here today, or if that changes, it'd have to align with what you approve. So on that basis, with those 3 conditions, I've recommended approval to you.
Thank you, Steve. Council, any discussion? Eric? Sorry,
you,
John.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
sorry. John, did you wave as well? Okay, cool. Sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
The 20-foot allowance on the bottom, relatively indifferent on it. However, is that a normal? We did allow somebody to square off because they were under 75 meters. Are you willing to elaborate on that a little bit on what's the normal?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on these subdivision applications, one of the things you're tasked with is looking at, we have policy guidance, of course, and criteria, but one of the things is to look at each application on its own merits and the circumstances present. So the previous subdivision, it was agricultural land. There was nothing there. It was squaring it off so for them to establish their yard. There wasn't an access there, that type of a thing. In this case, looking at the existing situation, there's an approach there. As Hillary blew up here so you can see better, their access is coming in there where they use it. So it's that trying to use that rationale and logic again of looking at the applicant and does it make sense, right? Is it a rational thing? And that's one of the things in planning we're tasked with in subdivision. Is it a logical, rational application of the policy? So in this case, it would seem to make sense. So I present it to you that way because that's the way it's established. In some cases, there's nothing there, so you can say, well, you can establish it to the north. You can do that because we're working with a blank slate. In this case, it's there. That's how they use it to access it. So it makes sense. The minimum access that always is 6.5 meters. We usually prefer 10 meters. So they meet that standard, but it's one of those things. If you don't think that's a rationale thing, you can put a condition on to have them squared off to a thing. For them, as applied for, this is how they operate, and it makes the most sense to them.
I'll just add to that, Councillor Van Essen. The other reason that we would probably support including this access to the field is that for every parcel in the county, we want to have a dedicated access to the larger remnant parcel. In looking at this larger title, that is their field access. There is no other access to the field from the county road. So we would say that if we were to kind of corner that off and say, no, you have to include it in the acreage, technically speaking, they'd actually have to provide another access to and more than likely to the north, which wouldn't probably work for what they currently are using it. So that's kind of another reason why we would support leaving that approach with the field for this particular subdivision.
Anything further? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt application 2022-0007 be adopted subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation. Is there any further discussion? So the motion will be that subdivision application 2022-0-007 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I just make maybe a general comment here, and maybe just for the sake of the new councillors as well, just a subdivision in general. The county has policies and criteria in place on the subdivision, that we look at it as applicable. But what we always try to do is, if something doesn't quite fit, or if somebody's asking for waiver at that, part of the thing is I'll discuss that with Hillary. We discuss it at our DRC meetings here and look at it to see if something makes sense or not. But as Councillor Kerr has made the comment, sometimes you're looking at things as putting a square peg in a round. It just doesn't quite fit, right? And that's where your role as a subdivision authority comes in. There's the 7 of you here. Is we bring the applications for every application that somebody applies for. I bring in front of you. Occasionally, I may recommend a refusal based on some policies, and you have the discussion of that and say, does that make sense or not, or do we want to approve it or not? But on some of these, where that criteria, there's certain standards or things, we'll look at the merits of each application, and based on my 28 years of subdivision experience, I'll make a recommendation to you of how I see something. You may disagree with that, and have the conversation on it. But we try to look at each application at the time to see, does it make sense? Is it rationale for what they're doing? And that's where your role as the 7 counselors sitting here as the subdivision authority can say, yeah, that makes sense. You know, it's logical, we'll do that, or no, that makes no sense to us and we don't support, so we'll put the condition on. Sometimes I even bring a second resolution I have ready here if you guys make a different decision. But we try to flush those out. It's not always black and white, and we'll have the discussion, and at the end you guys can always decide on that. But so sometimes I'll make a recommendation to you and you might not agree with me, and there may be good reason for that, but that's part of the process.
Thank you for those comments, Steve. I think that's, I know the new members of council have really, given that feedback to us as the, returning councilors, is just that need for to have those discussions and to have that flexibility. And just in our past dealings, I do appreciate, I know I've seen you at the back table with several piles of paper ready to go with multiple options. So we do appreciate that. And thank you for those comments. If we could now move down to, oh, sorry. Is it lunch already? Holy cow. Well, why don't we will, if there's no objections, we will recess for lunch and return at, what would you like, 30 minutes? 12:30? We'll return at 12:30. 12:30, so we'll call the meeting back to order. And we will move down in our agenda to item G4, G3, G3.1, Community Planning Association of Alberta 2022 Annual Conference and Sponsorship.
I know you just don't want me to sit here anymore, Tori. I appreciate that.
Good to see you again, Hillary. Long time.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. This particular report is with regards to the Community Planning Association of Alberta. They're having their annual conference this May, at the beginning of May, and they've also sent out a sponsorship package. So with regards to CPAA, obviously some of the new councillor probably is very not familiar with the Community Planning Association of Alberta, but historically County Council has, a number of councillors have attended this conference on an annual basis. And then also the county has sponsored this conference at a gold standard level. Here you go. So with regards to sponsorship, we have historically sponsored this conference at a gold level. The Community Planning Association is a grassroots organization within the province of Alberta. We're one of the only community planning associations left in, we are the only community planning association left in Canada. Most of the other planning associations are kind of more at an academic level, as I call it, whereas this one involves a wide range of interested parties, including community members, elected officials, planners, development officers, CAOs, other agencies that feel that they can tie into planning and making our communities better. So the conference is being held on May 2nd to 4th of this year. So that's
Hillary, just
sorry, Klaus.
just so administration's aware, we're having some technical issues here. We're getting kicked out. So if you have anything that requires our visual attention, can you?
I will bring it up on the screen.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I will bring that up just right now so that you can see. Technology is great.
I believe there's an issue with the app. We're trying to get it fixed, but
It's all good. Just we can continue on, but if there is something where you're asking us to look.
The information I've provided isn't really so much that you need to look at it, just to go to the conference, just the registration information and the sponsorship information. But I will show it on the screen here just so that you can take a look at it. The dates for the conference are May 2nd to 4th. And on the Monday, there's always an education session first thing in the morning, which you can or may not want to come to. And then the rest is the conference. We have our annual general meeting. And there we go. Here's the registration. So they did change the location. Historically, they had it in Red Deer, but the hotel that we typically had it in actually shut down due to COVID. They just could not stay open any longer, which is too bad. It was a really good location, and probably Councillor Zeenstra and Councillor Vanderveen could attest to that. But so they have moved the conference to into Nisku, so they still try to keep it very centralized. We get a lot of people coming from northern Alberta, so Northern Sunrise, Grand Prairie, that area. Really a lot of people coming from that area, so they try to keep it as centralized as possible. So the Edmonton area is the next best thing. So the registration cost is $500 for the main conference and $150 for the education session. And I have attached the preliminary conference program information. As well, with regards to sponsorship, with the gold level sponsorship, the cost would be $1,700, and that does include one free registration to the conference. I am on the board of directors for Community Planning Association of Alberta. I'm the South Vice Chair. So I'm going regardless, and I do enjoy these conferences. I find that they really do touch a lot of different aspects of planning and community development, which I think a number of councillors may find interesting. Just and especially newer councillors, if you're wanting to know more about that, there's a wealth of information that's presented at the conference, and then also the networking that's available, because obviously it's in person, which is going to be fantastic. No, Tom isn't chair anymore, but I'm sure he will be at the conference. Networking is really good. You get to meet counselors and administrators from across the province. You get to make good connections. So those are just some kind of the side bonuses of going to a conference like this. So with that, I have provided a recommendation to council that any member of council may attend the 2022 CPA annual conference, and that county council sponsor the 2022 CPAA conference at a gold sponsorship levels. And typically the funds come from the council's discretionary reserve. So the sponsorship page?
I'm sorry, no, the accounts, the report. Is that possible to bring that up?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Thank you.
There you go. So I'll throw it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you, Hillary. Council, your thoughts? Any discussion? Like Hillary said, I know members of council have attended in the past. Claus?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about that too. I attended in the past, and I got quite a bit out of it. I thought it was very educational on the work that you're doing and everything, especially. And I think that that's a big part of what council is doing here all the time, especially like, for example, today. And you know, I think that it's well worthwhile going to there.
Anything further from council? How would you like to proceed? Claus?
Then I'll move that any member of council may attend the 2022 CPAA annual conference that county council sponsors. No, just the first line, I guess.
You don't want to...
Do one at a time, or do both
Yes,
at a time?
good eye. Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Then, and that the county council sponsors.
Oh, no, sorry. You were right.
Okay.
Let's do it two at a
Two
time.
separate ones.
Yep. So Claus has moved that any member of county council may attend the 2022 CPAA annual conference. Any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried? And Claus?
Then I'll continue on with the county council sponsors the 2022 Community Planning Association of Alberta conference at the gold sponsorship level. Funds to be utilized from the council's discretionary reserve.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion? The motion is that county council sponsors the 2022 Community Planning Association of Alberta conference at the gold sponsorship level. Funds to be utilized from council's discretionary reserve. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Hillary.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you can work through Candace with regards to the registration if you wish to do so.
Awesome.
So
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
We'll now move down, excuse me, G4, Corporate Services, G4.1, the Old Man Watershed Council funding request.
I'll just bring it up on.
I'm trying to get my keys working here because I'm just.
Yeah, I think it's a bigger issue, yeah.
I can't even get back into my.
I'll just bring it up and then everyone can see it if it's working.
Morning, Jen, or
Thank you,
afternoon,
Mr.
Jen,
Chairman.
thank you.
Or good afternoon. So in front of you is a funding request that was received from the Old Man Watershed Council in the amount of $4,866, which is 47 cents per capita, based on the 2019 Municipal Affairs Population List. This is a request that has come forward to council in the past, and we do bring it forward every year. As you can see, that last year, a request in the same amount was made, and council did approve it. These funds generally come out of the council operating budget, as there is a line there for funding for local organizations. So we have historically ensured that there are funds available for requests such as the Old Man Watershed Council. The Old Man Watershed Council is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to keep water and land healthy and safe. Donations they receive are used to support the organization in restoration projects, benefiting the health and of land and water. So they included a letter that has some more details with regards to projects that they've been participating in. It did state that there were over 60 restoration projects in the letter. So the recommendation was made that council make a contribution to the Old Man Watershed Council, as you have done so for many years, I think dating back to, I want to say 2004. Yes, that's correct. So the recommendation is that County Council approve the funding request from the Old Man Watershed Council in the amount of $4,866, based on a rate of 47 cents per resident for 10,353 residents, based on the 2019 Municipal Affairs Population List, to be funded from the council operating budget.
Thank you, Jen. And this is timely, having had Shannon in earlier today to give us a bit of an overview on the Old Man Watershed Council and what they do. I would put it to council. Any discussion? Claus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hearing Shannon this morning again, and you know, the work that they're doing, I think it's a good project that they're going by. And since Shannon thanked us already for our contribution, I'll move that the County Council approve the funding request for the Old Man Watershed Council in the amount of $4,866, based on the rate of 47 cents per resident for 10,353 residents, based on 2019 Municipal Affairs Population List, to be funded from the council operating budget.
Thank you, Claus. Morris?
Last 117, population went down by 117.
Any, thank you, Morris. Any further discussion from council? John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to verbally put my support in for this, because I think it is something that is highly important to our region. Our integrity of our water system is something that is integral to us all actually surviving in this environment. So I think that it is a very, very worthy organization to support, and you know, in terms of the value that we get versus what we put into it, I think that as well is a very good return.
Thank you, John. Thank you for those nice comments, and I would say that now that we are moving, you know, out of the pandemic and returning to more in-person events and things of that nature, I think you will have the opportunity to be exposed to this to a greater level. The Old Man Watershed has partnered in the past with our Ag Services Board through the environmental stream on our ag tours and various projects throughout the year. So I think you'll be, if you're impressed now, I think there's more to see. So they do some great work, and I think it's something really important for us. So thank you for those comments. Anything further?
I gotta echo those comments. I've been a big part of that over the years.
Thank you, Morris. Nothing further. The motion has been made. I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Do you need me to continue to bring up the reports, or?
I think is everyone working okay now on their?
The only one that was a problem was the community.
Okay. All right. I can, either way, it doesn't matter to me, but.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, we'll move. Now we can move down to G 4.2, the Shaughnessy Community Association funding request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Shaughnessy Community Association reached out to the county with a request for funding to assist with the association replacing the community hall boiler. The total estimated cost for the replacement, which includes some asbestos removal, is just over $91,000. In speaking with the community association, the request for funding was not a specific dollar amount, so I didn't include a dollar amount in the resolution. I thought I would leave that up to council's discretion. Just for some background, we received the email indicating they would like a request. They did recognize the $10,000 that they receive annually, along with all of the other community associations within the county boundaries. Their current boiler is 70 years old and is in need of constant repairs, it should probably say, according to her. However, they are finding it difficult to locate parts due to the age of the boiler, and when they do find parts, they're quite expensive, from what I understand. They're hoping that with the replacement, a full replacement of the boiler, they will be able to reduce the hall's gas bills, and replacing the boiler will also reduce the amount of time that the pilot light needs to be lit, and will cut down on greenhouse emissions and carbon moving forward. They received a quote just for the boiler itself at just over $71,000. It was $71,064. And then they had a quote for asbestos removal, which is between $17,000 and $20,000, as they found that there's asbestos and lead in the boiler and the lines itself. So it was mentioned that since the pandemic, the association has been unable to hold their annual fundraiser or many events, and are lacking funds to support a project of this size. The association has applied for grant funding through the Community Foundation of Lethbridge in Southern Alberta for $15,000, which the association would have to match, so they would have to come up with another $15,000 on their own. And they have also sent out donation requests to Blue Ridge, Lions Club of Picture Butte, and the Picture Butte Library in hope to have their annual fundraiser this fall, which would also generate some funds through the live and silent auction. Can I ask a question? Yes.
Just for clarity, did they reach out to the town of Picture Butte?
I don't know. She didn't
Okay.
mention
She
that.
didn't include that in her list, though?
No.
Okay, thank you.
In the past, council has provided funding to various organizations. We do, as mentioned, offer $10,000 annually to all of the community associations within the county. And we provided a loan for another organization's boiler replacement a couple of years ago. That was in the amount of $60,000 with a 5-year repayment plan. I did mention this to the lady I was speaking with as an option that I would bring forward to council because it is something that has been done in the past. She said that they were open to discussing a loan, depending what that looks like as the board, but we're, I think, hoping more for a donation of sorts. So I've provided 3 different options for council's consideration. First, that county council support the Shaughnessy Community Association request for funding to replace the boiler in the amount of X dollars to be funded from the Tax Equalization Reserve. That the county approves the Shaughnessy Community Association request, provided that they are a nonprofit organization as defined in the Municipal Government Act, for a loan of up to X dollars, with funds to be drawn from the Tax Equalization Reserve, with the terms of repayment to be negotiated by administration, and that the tax equalization balance is replenished as the loan is repaid. And thirdly, that the County Council deny the Shaughnessy Community Association request for funding. I also provided some pros and cons for these options. So if council was to provide funding to the association, the pro would be that this would assist the association in getting the boiler replacement completed in a timely manner. The con being that future requests of a similar nature could come forward from other associations and possibly for larger amounts. Provide funding in the form of a loan, similar to what was done with the McNally Community Association as per Council Resolution number 22119. The pro is that this is consistent with a similar request that was received. And the con is that the county would have to ensure that the Shaughnessy Community Association is in a position where they could repay the funds that were lent by the county. And the last one, of course, being not to provide funding for the boiler replacement. So the pro being that this does not create or set a precedent for future requests. The con is that this may delay the boiler replacement due to lack of funding for the Shaughnessy Community Association.
Thank you, Jen. Council, any questions of Jen or any discussion at this point? Claus?
Yeah, I had a call, or I had an email a couple times back and forth with Helen, I think you talked to her.
Yes.
And, this is, they really emphasized too that they couldn't do any fundraising in the last 2 years. And it's a really active community association in Shaughnessy, and they do a lot of work. There's always vehicles in front of the community association. Whenever you drive by, they got all kinds of stuff going on there. And like the last 2 years, I hardly ever seen a vehicle there. And like I say, they got the big fundraising things, and they're big. They get lots of money out of that one. And and so now they're in kind of a bind, and they that this happens with a boiler that is out of their control. And I think it's kind of a smart move that they request that they're going to be doing a new boiler system there. And I think that if we would decide not to help them in this, and the not being able to have the heating there and everything what they need, I think that, Shaughnessy would go downhill, that, with the interaction that they have with each other and not having a community center anymore, because that's what it would boil down to then, because they could not afford that themselves. So I'm speaking in favor of this.
Thank you, Klaus. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple of questions. Is there a possibility for us to do a combination of a grant and a loan? Is that an option that is something that we could do, or is this we decide we can?
To the chair, to Councillor Curvis. It is completely up to council what they want to do. I just put 3 recommendations down for your consideration. If you want to modify any of those to suit council's decision and discussion, that's fine too. It's completely at your will.
Yes, Anne?
I know Jen touched on this, but just for the newer members of council, one of the things that we did try to do, because we had a really onerous application process for different community associations going forward, so we actually now do a yearly amount of $10,000 each for each association and the Prairie Tractor Club. So the only thing I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that. Those funds are to use as they see fit. I know this is a separate matter, but just cautionary that precedent setting could bring forward many more requests.
John?
Oh, okay. So that being said, I recognize that the last couple of years have been extraordinarily hard on community organizations, because these small halls rely almost exclusively on grants and the ability to rent the halls out and keep things rolling. And they are, growing up in a community that where I was, the hall was the only thing left. I mean, the town had disappeared and the hall was there. And if that hall disappeared, then the sense of community goes with it. I'm hesitant to say, yes, we can, provide a large amount of money, and also understanding that we've already given them $10,000, and we do that to every organization. I just wonder if there is some sort of middle ground here, in the sense of doing a combination of maybe a grant and a loan, but also is there some opportunity to put this out to other communities and other municipalities and other clubs or organizations that they have applied to, that, if we consider doing any kind of money, it is a situation where they need to match it from other sources. In the sense that if we're going to put X number of dollars in, we'd like to see other organizations ante up and help them out as well, not just put the burden right on us.
Thank you, John. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with the 91,064, I saw in here that they had put in a request for 15,000. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, Community Foundation, Lethbridge, Southern Alberta for 15. And the association would match that. So that cut the total down to 61,064. Now, keeping in mind that they do have operational costs, but they have, we've given them their 10, I believe. This is predating COVID, the 10,000, or have we only given that 1 year yet?
Councillor Van Essen, through the chair, that is the annual amount that is budgeted within the operating budget, and it's a total of 80,000, 10,000 to each of the 8 community organizations, and I think this is year 3.
Okay.
Year 3.
So if we could say, well, there's some of that has gone towards it for the last 2 years. Most likely not banked, however, we can't assume on their financials. We're down to $41,000 of request potentially, as where I can start to see a base to start working off of. If that's how I can see a starting ground to work on.
Thank you, Eric. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we should probably have a little bit more communication with the Shaughnessy Community Association, what their wishes are and what their repayment terms could be, because we don't know their financial situation. And because it kind of a suggestion in here, what we made to the other McNally one, that was, I think, on a 5-year term. And we don't know the situation if they're able to, pay this amount back in that kind of time. And what other options there are. I think that we need a little more communication with the Shaughnessy Community Association and bring it back to, for example, the next council meeting, I would say.
Thanks, Klaus. Jen?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, when you're saying other options, Councillor Vanderveen, are you meaning what other funding options they have in place, or?
What I'm kind of referring to is like how they're going to be able to repay.
Okay.
And those kind of situations, and how much they think that they would need, because we have not heard a final number from them, what they would be looking at if they would be borrowing from us.
Okay.
Anything further from council? Yep, Morris?
So I kind of got to echo what Klaus had down there, I'm a big supporter of all these community associations because it does keep the community going. However, this is a lump sum of money, but they need to keep that facility going. And I would like to hear too from them, exactly what they're up against, do they need the whole thing, or do they need partial funding of what they need, or I would like to hear that from them, so maybe we could take this to the next council meeting and have somebody down there to do a presentation of for what their needs are.
Thank you, Morris. Yeah. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would echo that. I think that looking at this situation, it's important to really have a discussion and a conversation face to face with them to see if there is a solution that we can help them with.
Thank you, John. And just from what I'm hearing from the table, I do think there is an appetite to work towards some type of a solution one way or another, what that exactly looks like at this point in time. But I think we all can agree that we do value these type of facilities and these type of societies operating in the county. I think they provide a tremendous amount of value to our community. And as someone, I will, full disclosure, as someone that did not support the loan that we discussed regarding McNally, I think in hindsight, I might have underestimated just the struggles that these associations have trying to stay above water and trying to stay sustainable. And while I don't believe that the municipality should serve as a bank, I do think that we have an obligation to our community, to our citizens, to try and find solutions. So I would share the sentiment at the table that I think we can work towards something. So if someone could possibly maybe make a motion here just to direct administration, that would be fantastic. Sorry, Klaus?
Just a comment here. It would be nice to know also, if, is it just about done? Can they keep their boiler running till springtime, till the weather warms up? Or is everything going to be freezing there and they're going to have a lot more damage than it is right now?
Yeah, and apologies on administrative side, because I did think we had more of that information, but we will make sure we do get it all.
That's fine. Thank you. John?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion that we invite the Shaughnessy Community Association to come in front of council to give us a little bit more in-depth background on what's going on and what their needs are and what their efforts to date have been, and we move this forward to a council meeting in the future, preferably the next available.
Thank you. Any further discussion from council? So John has moved that to direct administration to invite the community association to come forward to council, give us a more fulsome report on what their needs are, and we will, as a council, move forward from there. So, anything further? If not, I will ask the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Moving down, item G 4.3, Fire service response fees waiver request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have Byron joining us for this one, as he was quite involved with the background in this. So on December 3rd, 2001, the Colehurst Fire Department responded to a large non-dwelling structure fire thought to possibly be a grain elevator burning near several buses on Highway 3 near Range Road 23-0. Upon arrival, it was determined that was a large bin fire that was occurring during a fire ban. Colehurst Fire Department responded from a call that was made by a passerby on Highway 3. Upon arrival, it was determined that was actually an incinerator that they had been to and put out, I think, multiple times previous to this call. At that point, some unneeded resources were stood down, and the county's fire services manager arrived on scene and saw huge flames coming out of the bin that were the bin that was burning, and informed the Colehurst Fire that there was currently a fire ban in place, and therefore the fire needed to be extinguished. Talking with the workers on the scene, they stated that they were not aware that there was a ban in place, and the fire services manager explained that the burning reciprocal, the incinerator, did not meet the acceptable standards according to the bylaw, regardless of a ban being in place or not. Therefore, a fire permit, which would be required during a fire ban, wouldn't have been approved in that case anyways, had we known the state of the incinerator. On January 31st, Mrs. Van Berg received the invoice, called the fire services to inquire about the invoice, and the circumstances regarding the incident were explained, and she was advised that she always has the option to write a letter to council requesting that the fire services be waived. At this point, I'll just turn it over to Byron, because, again, he has all the history with regards to that. The total amount of the invoice that was issued for the fire services was $1,625.
Just comments from myself. Excuse me, they have been working quite closely with me since this incident, making sure that they are pulling fire permits, as well as they're rebuilding their bin so that it can be an acceptable burning barrel / incinerator. So they have been putting a lot of effort into making it better at this point, but just like all the other ones, it is their responsibility at the time to make sure a ban is not in place and that they are able to light their receptacle.
Thank you, Byron. Council? Morse?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes, I have different feelings about these waived or not, but that they come up in a discussion. But the thing is, how many years ago is it when we had a call out to whoever in the county down there? There was no charge. When did that get changed?
If I may, through the chair. Since I've been here, and I can't speak to before that, but most times on each situation, I do a bit of analysis right from the beginning. If we show up and let's say there was no fire ban on, but they have something burning and gets called, if we show up and everything meets the standards in the bylaw, then we don't charge them if they've followed all the rules. It's only on situations where they're not following the rules that we do charge them. And on other circumstances where we didn't end up charging them, we adhere those costs for the fire service. So, if that answers your question, I don't know a date.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
My question is, I remember the years years ago, before I was even on council, and when there was a fire call, was stopple or something burning in the yard or whatever, there was no charge at one time. And I just wonder when did that get changed?
The previous bylaw before the one we're working on right now, I don't have a date when it came into play, but it was also charged a service for fire services. So it's been a while.
Yeah, it's
Byron, can you expand on the multiple calls? How many times you were at that location?
I don't have an exact number. Comments from Colhurst at that time were, some of them were, before I was in this position. They've been there because the problem is it's right off of Highway 3, so everybody driving by calls it in. They have, it's a wood working shop there, so they have a ton of, highly flammable wood that goes in this. And the times that I've seen it, the flames are, 3, 4, 5 feet outside of this container. So from driving by on the highway, everyone's seen it right next to a shop, and then the buses are all there from the school too. So it gets called in more frequently because of the extreme size of fire they have inside this bin. So if they follow bylaws again, they're not allowed to have fire any more than 3 feet above the top of the receptacle. So even in that case, when I got there, flames probably 10 feet high coming out of there. So
John? Or sorry, were you first?
So my question was that like the multiple pieces, because I thought if this has been going on.
this was the most recent one during the ban. They've been called there for other ones, just because it looks like a structure. It's, it is that 5 meters away, so it does meet that in the bylaw. But when the fire's that big, right beside a building, and of course everybody sees all the school buses and gets worried, and right off the highway it gets called in more frequently.
Thank you. In our information package here, we have the word incinerator in exclamation points. So I'm reading between the lines here that what they're using as an incinerator may be substandard. But I'm wondering if you could elaborate on what they have, and, well, matter of fact, don't have to read between the lines because it says acceptable incinerator. What do they have, and really, how does it not conform to what our definition of incinerator is?
Council Kerr, through the chair. We're actually, at your next council meeting, you should have a revised bylaw, which we are explaining them in a lot more depth. Traditionally, an actual incinerator is an engineered piece of equipment. So the way in our previous bylaw that incinerator is used is actually, in my opinion, incorrect. It's a burning barrel, just fancier. They've made it closed in with a chimney on it. So it's still a burning barrel, and in the new bylaws it's going to express that. But even for me to consider with the old bylaw, it needs to be enclosed and have 1/4 inch mesh over top of the whole thing. So it can be a garbage bin size, but it needs to have that 1/4 inch mesh over it with not holes, where this didn't even have a top, or kind of had a top on part of it, plus holes everywhere. Like fire was coming out of everything. I should have attached a picture of it. You couldn't barely tell the bin was there for how much fire was coming out of it.
Morris?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I hear you gonna introduce a bylaw according to what type of incinerators or burning barrels you gotta have. Does that need to be a bylaw, or could it be a policy? I think a policy is more the friendly side.
If I may, through the chair, what we're actually doing is combining. We have a fire ban bylaw and a fire permit bylaw currently. We're combining them to a new fire bylaw, which will then address all that in that. So it's redefining it and amalgamating 3 old bylaws actually into one new one with everything defined more appropriate.
Mark?
Just briefly, so it sounds like there's been multiple calls. I would assume that the fire departments are educating the people when they're there with each time. My frustration would be that given the conditions and over the years, the fires we've had when winds come up and the winds we've had this year, that nothing has changed and this keeps happening. That I have more of a concern for. I mean, that's just, yeah, that would be my concern, is if this keeps going on, because it's not the first time.
And if I may speak to, since part of my position, we've kind of created that public education is a huge part of, it's been lacking from our side of it, and we've done a lot so far to get information out to the public. And I am trying as much as I can on calls that I respond to, make sure it's a very educational piece for them. I can't speak to what fire departments have done in the past before I was around. It definitely is more prevalent now that the education piece is in place.
John?
Sorry, I want to dig into this incinerator a little bit more. At the regulations at the time, in terms of what qualified for an incinerator, is this a situation where it clearly wouldn't be considered an incinerator? Or is this a judgment call on what an incinerator is actually supposed to look like?
Yeah, do you have the bylaw?
Do you want to read it?
Sure, go ahead, if you guys don't mind.
Under section 1C, acceptable incinerator means a receptacle that is a non-combustible structure, container, or barrel with openings provided that 1, a minimum of 5 meters clearance from buildings, property lines, and combustible materials, or is approved by the county emergency services coordinator. Office is maintained. 2, it is constructed of bricks or concrete blocks or heavy gauge metal, 18 gauge minimum, or other suitable non-combustible components. 3, structures, containers, or barrels that shall be integrally sound with no sections noticeably thin due to the oxidizing actions of the fire, nor shall there be holes in the structure, container, or barrel caused by oxidization of the material. 4, it has a spark arrestor mesh screen of 0.7 centimeters or 0.25 inches, as Byron mentioned before, expanded metal to contain sparks for the fire at all times. 5, fires contained therein be supervised at all times by a responsible adult person with adequate means to extinguish the fire. Until such time that the fire has been extinguished, the fire shall be deemed to include hot ashes and smoldering embers resulting from the fire. 6, only wood, charcoal, briquettes, propane, or natural gas fuels are used. 7, flame height does not exceed 1 meter above the incinerator, and this bylaw was passed back in 2014. And I'm sure it was probably the second version.
Thank you. No, thank you.
Jeremy, can you repeat number 3 and maybe just slow it down just a second? Because I think that's the important part there.
Structures, containers, or barrels, that portion.
Yeah.
Structures, containers, or barrels shall be integrally sound with no seconds noticeably thin due to the oxidizing actions of the fire. So, nor shall there be holes in the structure, container, or barrel caused by oxidization of the material.
Okay, so that says holes or structures caused by an oxidization, right? So no holes burnt into the side of it.
Correct.
So if there is an incinerator that has manufactured holes in the side, that wouldn't technically fail the, it would meet the specifications of an incinerator.
I suppose, and hence why we're trying to tweak some of this, that could be arguable. In my judgment of the bylaw, it states that any opening then would require the 1/4-inch mesh over it. If they had some manufacturer cut in the side, it still would require to have spark arrestor.
But that's not what the bylaw says though, right? Because the bylaw says that the top needs to have a mesh on it.
Top needs to have a mesh. There's no holes permitted on the sides.
It does say there's no holes permitted on the sides?
It says no sections noticeably thin due to the oxidizing actions of the fire, nor shall there be holes.
Carry on the rest of the sentence though.
Holes in the structure, container, or barrel.
Okay, I misheard what you'd said with that. Because sorry, it tweaked on me that it was dealing with holes that were oxidized, or basically holes that have rusted through the side of the barrel. But it does specifically say no holes, period, in the sides.
Holes in the structure, yeah.
And just to ease stuff, Councilor Kerpis, if I could, the top of it wasn't fully covered anyway, so I'm not sure that any holes in the side are actually relevant.
Morse?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, that was a pretty interesting questions you had there, John. You know, I think a lot of the residents of the county, they have either burning barrels or incinerators. However, they think they're probably should pass the recommendation, but they're not sure, because for what you raised on there, and I believe that. So should we have something coming from the county that through some sort of a notice down there, anybody with a incinerator can request the county come out and inspect and see if it meets up to the specs you think you gotta have. Because I think that would be really important.
I don't think you're on the wrong path, Morris. I just think, as for the conversation today, we have a request to waive this, and seeing as how Byron and Jen have both mentioned that we are going to explore this. We are going to explore this further with the possible amalgamation of some bylaws. So I do think that probably fits right in there with that, because I think if we do decide to move forward with some changes, I think it's very important that we have communication outreach with that, and I don't think you're off base at all, Morris. I think that's something we should probably consider.
One of our intentions too, Councillor Zeenstra, is we are doing little small videos to update, because they seem to be very effective, and we will make sure that we incorporate the burning barrels in the videos. This is what a proper one looks like, this one doesn't, with starring Byron Fraser.
And I think it would be fair to say that this is educational, but we are taking a step forward here. There is going to be change. There is going to be, I think there might be, there will be some concern and possibly even some pushback, but we do need to move this item forward. I think where we've probably been lacking in the past, just given, you know, how we farm these days, there's so much residue left on the fields with direct seeding and whatnot. With the wind we have, the dry winters, the openness, the fire bans that we have seen in place, I think we do need to take this seriously just for the overall safety of the county. But as I said, I think if we could just maybe hone in on what's in front of us right now, there is a request to waive the fees. Sorry, John, and then Klaus.
Sorry, I just have one more comment, and it's sort of directed to Councillor Zeenstra in terms of his comments about, you know, it used to be no charge. Appreciate that no charge to the landowner means that all the ratepayers pay. You know, so it's not that there's no charge, it's just that it doesn't come specifically out of their pocketbook, it comes out of everybody's general pocketbook. And I think my position in the past has been pretty clear. You know, if there's another avenue of resources available for people to defer payment away from the ratepayers, and, you know, in terms of insurance and that we explore all of those avenues. This situation might be a little bit different in that.
Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to refer this one to our emergency coordinator. In that letter, it said too that the emergency coordinator had said that we are educating people on these kind of things, and that I was just thinking, was that meant in a way that I am working on educating these people, and then having a fine put on that one? That kind of caught me the way that, and that's what she also said, that is this the way you are going to teach us, but giving us a fine? So can you clarify that one a little bit?
Truthfully, I can't remember the exact conversation. I do know while I was on that call, I actually ended up having to respond to another call at a different area, and she ended up talking to me on the phone while I was at the other call. So unfortunately, a lot was going on. I can't speak as to what was actually said. My notes that I did make after the call is just that she wasn't happy that we were there and put it out. But I said, as long as there's no fire ban in place, at this point she'd be free to burn the incinerator. But for right now, there was a fire ban in place, and it's her duty to know that. So I can't speak to whether I hinted that I was using it. I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Byron. How would you like to proceed, Council? Klaus?
I'll move that that the county council not waive the fire services fees in the amount of $1,625 per invoice 118618 as requested.
Thank you, Claus. Is there any further discussion from council? John?
Yeah, sorry, one final comment. I'm going to vote in favor of not waiving these fees, simply on the premise and the basis that this incinerator was from the information given to us, clearly not within the bylaws of the incinerator, of what an incinerator should be.
Thank you, John. Anything further? Claus has moved that county council not waive the fire services fees in the amount of $16.25 per invoice 118618 as requested. I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Byron.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I have a quick question for Byron? It's related but non-related, that's why I didn't bring it up ahead of time. We have two emergency departments, Picture Butte and Colehurst, responding to this incident. I see that fairly often. I guess for education purpose, could you just quickly touch on that?
Absolutely. We only have two water tenders, which are the big water haulers in Lethbridge County, one in Coaldale and one in Picture Butte. So every fire north of the river, Picture Butte tender is to respond to the fire for water.
Thank you.
Thanks, Byron. Okay, we can move down now to item G 4.4, the 2021 year-end surplus report. Jen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So right now, as council's probably aware, the auditors are in the commerce room looking at the 2021 year end. Do you need me to bring it up?
There's two. It says March 10th and where do we go?
I can bring it up too. Okay. You're welcome. So as part of the year-end process, in preparation of the annual audit, entries are required to ensure funding for capital and operating projects are completed as have been identified in the budget and or by council resolution throughout the year. Upon completion of these entries, the 2021 budget resulted in overall, I'm saying unaudited operating surplus of $439,260. I have included a report here with the summary of the surpluses and deficits by department. I'll go through the report first, the financial report, before I get into the rest of the details of the recommendation. So on the first page is the dashboard that we usually include. Just to touch on a couple pieces here, the 2021 taxes levied and taxes collected of the current year are just almost 99%. We've had really good collections throughout the past year. Majority of that is some of the oil and gas related ones that are outstanding that council is aware of, and we also brought forward a report in January, that for PERC funding, so we could at least receive the educational portion of those abandoned gas and oil wells. Mostly because there isn't room, but I thought I would include for council's interest with regards to the business tax. The business tax levied in 2021 was just over 1.5 million. We collected about 99% of the current year's taxes. We have three accounts that have been outstanding for a few years. As administration, we have reached out to them following the business tax bylaw and regulations within the Municipal Government Act. One has paid in full since that letter's gone out. One has wants to enter into a tax payment agreement or a payment agreement on those. And the third has just recently picked up their registered letter, and they have till March 31st to be in touch with us before we proceed. So, I think that's kudos to the program, that the collections are that good. I just, on the bottom part there, you'll see, and I do get into the details of the percent of income and percent of expenditures budgeted, because they are over the budget. Pages 5 and 6 get into the details of that, so I'll just review those for you. So within the revenues, the overall revenues that were recorded as of December 31st are just over $25,556,000. This represents approximately 13.39% over the total revenue budgeted. This includes additional revenues that we've earned, penalties, and grant funding that was received. And I know we touched on that in previous quarterly reports, and Hillary specifically in her department has brought forward that the planning department had an excess of revenues in the past year. Our tax levy penalties, I think I reported it in October, were higher than anticipated, and just general overall revenues were quite good. The expenditures to date were just over 39.7 million, which is about 6.6 over the budgeted expenditures. This is a combination of, when I'm doing this year-end report for council purposes, I'm including everything. Operating revenues and expenditures, as well as capital, which includes grant funding received, and any transfers that are required as part of processes throughout the year, I suppose. So sometimes that it appears that the actual expenditures are over budget when you look at it this way, but it's actually just saying because we did these transfers that weren't anticipated that are included in here. One of those big ones would be that most funding that we received, which was for the municipal operating something, thank you, transfer, I think, with regards to the previous 2 years of COVID funding that the province promised. So we brought that forward, and that went directly into the reserve. That was a big transfer, as well as the additional revenues earned in planning and development and emergency services, which I brought forward at October 2. So that kind of explains why the expenditures look the way they do. If we want to jump into, I'll say it'd be page 3. As mentioned, the overall surplus that I brought forward is $439,260. I'm sure you all remember it. The third quarter, I projected, I'm sure you remember the number, $379,250. So we're a little bit higher than what we had projected back in October. Some of this is due to just general operations. I know when I made that projection in speaking with Jeremy and a couple other departments, one of the things we considered was snow removal for the months of November and December, which includes sanding and other things. We didn't get a lot of snow until late December, so that kind of was some relief there. And then also I think there were some savings in the spray patching area of Public Works too. So that's where the majority of that difference is made up, as well as a few other revenues within there. So just if we want to, council wants me to go through by department, I'll just do a kind of a high-level highlight, and then if there's specific questions, I can come back to it. Within the Ag Services, there was an overall surplus of $173,056. This was a combination of the additional ag funding that we received, which council's aware of, as well as we were slightly under budget, just in general operations of $44,000, which is actually pretty good considering how dry the year was, in my opinion. Fleet, as council knows, is a self-funded department, so therefore there's no surpluses or deficits reflected in the report, because we always fund that deficit or transfer that surplus just to bring the balance to zero as part of the budget process. But in 2021, the department did in fact have a bit of a deficit, and it was just shy of $40,000. Majority of this was building repairs and maintenance, fuel costs, and some additional machine parts expenditures that were over budget, or outside of the budget, I should say. The Public Works Department, so on October 31st, we did project the deficit, as I mentioned, of $119,000 in anticipation of a bit more snow and some other projects. However, the department ended up with an overall surplus of $96,915. This is still almost 99% of the Public Works overall budget being utilized, and they are the largest tax-supported department within the county. So I think that's significant. Utilities like Fleet, again, is self-funded. All revenues are collected through water, sewer, and garbage rates, and those offset the expenditures of the department, with the exception, of course, of the $327,925 you'll see on that report for the McCain's debt repayment. So that's always tax-supported. That debenture last payment takes place in 2024, so we're nearing the end of that, in which case that will council will have to make a decision on what they want to do with that difference. At the end of 2021, there was a bit of a surplus in the department that was transferred to the utility reserve of just over 173,000, and that was primarily just due to water use. It was a dry year, more water was used. It costs the county more because we're purchasing more water at the same time, but the way the rates are adjusted annually, it is set to offset our costs. Finance and admin, I think I had the word deficit and surplus mixed up, and I do apologize because when I'm writing this, sometimes my brain, but the one you have there should be corrected. So although we did have some increases to items such as insurance premiums, building repairs and maintenance, they were up quite a bit in 2021. We had higher revenues in tax penalties, and mostly due to 2-year and over balances that are outstanding. And we do set up an liability at the end of every year for those 5-year and over balances. So for the end of 2021, a liability was set up in the amount of, I think it was just over $160,000 to offset that. So that's already recorded through the year-end process. But because of the additional revenues with the tax penalties and a little bit of savings in a few areas such as professional development due to lack of in-person things being held, and some overall general supplies, which I will give some kudos to Matthew, who has been seeking out other options to save some money when it comes to purchasing supplies for the office. There's an overall surplus in that area of $183,788. Move on to IT. So again, IT is the third department within the county, like fleet and utilities, that is self-funded. This department, although self-funded, also had a deficit in 2021 of just shy of $27,000. And this was primarily due to data processing and software expenses having increased, as well as some new initiatives that were brought forward, such as the What's Happening application that we've added to the website. Infrastructure services, I kind of skipped over Devin there, I apologize. He had a very, very small deficit of $1,300, so I didn't even, not that it's not worth mentioning Devin, but it's very minor. So, I'm just kind of touching on the higher numbers for council's benefit. The community services department had an overall deficit. I don't think this should be any surprise to council, as we did have that arbitration take place with the recreation funding. We had a budget of $253,000, ended up having to pay $300,000 for the 2021 year. So that is a good chunk of that. And then there was also some adjustments within some of the benefit figures, as well as advertising and print costs for the year. We're doing more radio, or started doing a little bit of radio, which I think is paying off. So there's some cost associated with that. It was later in the year when we started doing that, so it wasn't really anticipated. Planning and development, I did transfer a surplus there after the October meeting. As mentioned, it was over $160,000. Pardon me. 129.5 was transferred, leaving a small surplus of 17 still sitting there at the end once everything was calculated and readjusted. But all of that went to the tax equalization reserve as proposed at the October meeting, or when the October quarterly was brought forward. And lastly, emergency services, which was also had a surplus brought forward in October with a resolution made to transfer all of their surpluses as well. So after the overall revenues were earned were higher than anticipated. There were some costs related to the operational changes made within that department, and with some of the new fire agreements. We transferred just over $36,500, which left a balance of just shy of $30,000 after I completed the year-end transfers since the October report. So if we just kind of go backwards a little bit to page 3 there, or that's where I'll go back to. That's kind of just the overall summary. So at the end of the day, once everything is funded, capital is funded, transfers are made, 97.19% of the budgeted tax support has been utilized by the county. So we're very close to budget. I think when you're talking about, over $15 million, that's pretty good. We're less than 5% from what's anticipated within the budget. On page 4, I include this one. I call it the Statement of Operations. This is a snapshot of the overall revenue and expenditures. The top half is by type, and the bottom half is more or less by department. This is not going to be what you see when the auditors bring a statement of operations forward within the financial statements. I've incorporated everything in here, including capital, transfer to reserves. When they bring it forward, they pull some of those things out. There's amortization costs, so it does look a little bit different. And they have what they call an accumulated surplus, which is actually includes some non-monetary entities within it. So Phil gives a very good explanation of that when he reports, and they will be here in April to present the audited financials. But I just thought this is just another overview and just gets you to see it just in another light. I also included
Jen, can I just
sorry?
stop you for a sec?
Yes.
Just for council's benefit, so if you're following along with the reports, on the left-hand side, the G 4.4 2021 year-end surplus, if you click on that, the blue hyperlink, it gives you two options, the first or the March 1st or March 10th. So if you click on the first report, you will get the actual, like the Lethbridge County report that we get with all of the documents.
Yeah, I was having trouble with
But on the other one, there isn't it's just the 10-page report, the financial report. There's no council report.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay, just so we're all looking at the same thing.
Sorry,
that's
I
all.
always print mine because I like to make my notes, so I don't.
It's okay.
Yes. Sorry,
No, sorry to interrupt.
Reeve Campbell, I didn't realize it was
sorry.
off.
Want me to fight? Want to fight? Which one? The top one now? Okay, so you have three options. So if you choose the top one, it will have the agenda item report as well as Jen's, the 15-page report as well. Sorry. Thanks, Jen.
Okay. Nope, thank you. So just moving forward, I'm just, for information as well, on pages 11, 12, 13, and 14, I just included some further background for council's information. One is just a 2021 grant summary. So these were projects that were approved in 2021 and what we've received for funding to date on them. I kept in the 2021 provincial announcement summary, which I've included in previous reports. No changes there since October, with the exception of the fact that we did bring forward that PERC application and council approved that. Page 13 is the reserve balances. This includes the anticipated surplus transfers of the 439. If council isn't satisfied with the recommendation, of course, those funds will be moved appropriately, but it just gives you a general idea of what our reserve balance looks like at year end. And then lastly is just a quick investment summary so council can see where our investments are, what the interest rates are looking at, and some of the maturity dates that are coming forward. The two bottom ones is just the RBC high interest savings account, and then below that is the municipal reserve investment, which is kind of at arm's length from the rest of the county. And that is a summary of the year-end financial report for council. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council?
I know it's a lot.
No, thank you very much, Jen.
So with that, I have made a recommendation for the reallocation of the unrestricted surplus funds to restricted surplus, which is a reserve. I tried to make the transfer to reserves to support the department that had the largest amount of reserves, just to bring it back to zero. I know in previous years we kind of talked about taking, like Devin's department, for example, having a $1,300 surplus and taking that and then funding a department that had a $1,300 deficit. So I just kind of took the total and gave an option there of some allocations. Just as a little background, I guess, for some of the newer council members. So the budget, as you know, is approved annually. and is a guideline for providing services, procurement of materials and supplies, and issuance of taxation and invoices for revenue purposes. When the budget is prepared, it contains estimates based on known revenues and expenses as well as historical data. While these budgets are prepared with due diligence and much consideration, and all departments take care in adhering to their budgets, there are often unforeseen circumstances that generate variances, creating either surpluses or deficits within a department. As in previous years, administration provided a summary outlining the variances and transfer recommendations. The recommendations do fit within the guidelines of the Reserve Policy Number 169. And the audited financial statements will be reviewed by the Audit Committee and presented to Council in an upcoming meeting in April, as they have to be submitted to Municipal Affairs by May 1st at the very latest. The reserve transfers, as I said, are just a recommendation and can be reallocated however Council sees fit. If you're not satisfied with the recommendation that is in front of you. And as a note, if the funds are not transferred to reserves, they become part of the unrestricted surplus and therefore are unavailable for future use.
Thank you, Jen. So, thank you for that explanation, Jen. So Jen has gone through the financial report, and what is being asked of council at this point in time is to determine the reallocation of funds from unrestricted surplus to restricted surplus. And Jen has provided a recommendation for us here on the report page. And also, we have had this discussion usually around this time, I guess, regarding the reserves. And as Jen said, you know, if there's an attempt to, if there is a, say, a surplus in a certain department, do we return that just to that said department? Or as Jen said, in the past, there's been attempts to kind of fill gaps where maybe there was a surplus here and a deficit there, try and do it that way. I think we have tried multiple approaches to that over the years, and this is the kind of breakdown that is before us today for our consideration. How would council like to proceed? Or I should say, any questions before we proceed? Klaus?
Then I would like to proceed with the recommendation. Move that the reallocation of funds from unrestricted surplus to restricted surplus be transferred as presented below. And that would be the Public Works Reserve, 165,000, the Emergency Services Contingency Reserve, 25,000, Administration Building Reserve, 50,000, Agriculture Service Board Future Projects Reserve, 100,000, and the Tax Equalization Reserve, 99,000, for a total surplus transfer of 439,260.
Thank you, Klaus. Any discussion? Klaus has moved the recommendation. If there's no further discussion, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll just take if there's no objection, take a short 5-minute break and maybe get a little fresh air moving in here. It's a bit of an oven back here right now, and just thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order at 1:51, and we will move on to item G5.1, request for sponsorship, Alberta Northwest Territories Command, Royal Canadian Legion Annual Military Service Recognition Book. Anne?
Hello. Good afternoon, Council. Great. As in past years, we have had a request from the Royal Canadian Legion requesting Lethbridge County purchase a quarter-page, full-color advertisement in their 15th annual Military Service Recognition Book. This is something we have done in the past, and the cost is $625.
Thank you, Anne. Any discussion from council? Claus?
Well, I think I hope we all agree that we should probably continue with this, so I'll move that the Lethbridge County purchase a quarter-page, full-color advertisement in the 15th Annual Military Service Recognition Book at the cost of $625, with funds coming from the Council's discretionary reserve.
Thank you, Claus. Any discussion? Claus has moved the recommendation. If there's no discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving down, item G5.2, the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation donation request.
Thank you. This is another donation request from the Lethbridge County Veterans, and it is a request for a silver donation in the amount of $500 to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation to recognize and honor many of the Lethbridge County veterans who have served our country. And the funds would be utilized from the councilor's discretionary fund. We have made this donation in 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Thank you, Anne. Any discussion from council? John?
I appreciate that $500 is a relatively nominal amount. Are there, being that this is a silver, are there different tiers of funding that we could contemplate?
I believe so. If you go to the back of the report, platinum sponsor is $2,500, gold sponsor is $1,000, silver $500, bronze $250, and co-sponsor $125.
How would you like to proceed?
I'd like to make a motion that we become a gold sponsor in recognition of our fallen heroes. I think our military and the sacrifices that they have made over the course of the history of Canada is something that should be very heavily recognized and appreciated by all of the citizens of Lethbridge County and Alberta and Canada as a whole. And given the situation that we're dealing with in Europe right now, I think that that is something that is very paramount and front and center with us. So I guess maybe what I'll do is I'll reword my motion here. Is that I'd like to motion that that the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation donation be up to $1,000 to recognize the honor of many Lethbridge County veterans who have served the county funds, or with the county with the funds being utilized from the councilor's discretionary reserve.
Thank you, John. Any further discussion? So John has moved that county council approve a gold level donation in the amount of $1,000 to the Canadian Fallen Heroes Foundation to recognize and honor many of the Lethbridge County veterans who have served our country, with funds being utilized from the councilor's discretionary reserve. Does that capture it, John?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any further? Oh, sorry, Claus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on this. You know, we've done the $500 for, I think, for a number of years already, and John just moved to go to $1,000. I have absolutely nothing against that. The only thing I ask, what do they use that money for?
My understanding that they use it to implement these memorials throughout southern Alberta, and I do believe that, and if Lauren was here, he could speak to that, they did have an unveiling of one of them about a year ago.
Okay, thank you for that, Anne. Is there any more money needed for what they have planned on in the next year?
That's what I believe the request is for, to implement more memorials that are put up.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo Klaus's sentiments there. I'm reading through their document. I read it previously. I absolutely endorse recognizing our fallen heroes. Being sure of where it's going or what it's doing is something that I'm not confident in. That being said, I'll be in favor of it, but I'd like to have a little more clarity of what we get with it. If that's it, it's just yeah, that they need it.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor. If there's any, is there any further discussion? Sorry, Ann?
Yep. Can I just make a suggestion then? If there is some question over this request, if we could get some more information, bring it back to council. I don't think it's a pressing need, so we could bring it back to the next meeting of council and we could just see what are the funds going to specifically be used for and how much need is there for those funds. Would that be acceptable?
What is council's wish? Morris?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And of course, I'm so happy that John made that recommendation to go up to $1,000. My dad, he fought in the Second World War against the Germans, only lasted 4 days. And of course, you know, we have a lot of memories, like I was born after war, but a lot of memories for what went on and what the Canadian forces did for Holland on there. So for me, it's absolutely not a question where to use the money for. I'm somewhat familiar with the organization, and they do a great job of keeping the certain memories going, especially for the kids what's coming up down there for what they do it, and that all costs money. However, if that is the wish of council down there, that they want to basically a bit of a rundown what they do with the money, so to me, it's obvious what they do. They do a great thing.
Thanks, Morris. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo that sentiment, and I would also wonder about because we're talking about the difference between $500 and $1,000, and appreciate that we have to be fiscally responsible for our funds. But to send this back to administration to gain further information would, in my mind, be a waste of administration resources for the sake of an extra $500.
I just want to echo it, that I know for a fact they don't squander the money. They use it very wisely for whatever they get.
Candace?
My understanding was talking to the person who emailed me this information, they're going to be adding these 4 gentlemen to the Lethbridge region. So the costs are the old frames or metal frames that they've framed in, and all the information that they've put down, but they will be in the Lethbridge region.
Great.
Okay. Thank you, Candace. So, John, if you're still comfortable with your motion?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Was that with the effect of?
No. Yeah. Yes. At the gold level. Yes.
Just for clarity.
Yep. Okay. Moving down. G5.3, the Pitcher Butte and District Chamber of Commerce Annual General Meeting.
Yes, thank you. Now, I apologize in advance to Councillor Zeenstra, as this was supposed to be brought to council before the annual general meeting, and there was a disconnect, so we are bringing it forward today. Our executive summary is that Pitcher Butte and District Chamber of Commerce Annual General Meeting was held on February 11th. Councillor Zeenstra attended, and he was looking for council to support a gold sponsorship in the amount of $200 to be provided to the chamber in Pitcher Butte.
Thank you, Ann. Klaus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there were some issues here because I didn't get, I just got a virtual invitation, I think it was 2 days before, and we had other plans, so I couldn't make it because normally I go to this event too. And, but I think still with that, that's probably better next year, because I think partly they didn't know what they were gonna be doing and things like that, so I think it was a little more complicated. So I'll move that county provide sponsorship to the Picture Beauty District Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $200.
Thank you, Klaus. Any discussion? Klaus?
All I can say is I went there, but I've been going to the Picture Beauty Chamber of Commerce probably for the last 40 years, and I just made my own way anyways, and I'm pretty comfortable with that, so, and I've been doing that for years. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Morris. So the Klaus has moved the recommendation that Lethbridge County provide sponsorship to the Picture Beauty District Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $200. Any further discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And our last item under administration, G5.4, FCM 2022 Annual Conference and Trade Show, June 2nd to 5th, 2022.
Thank you. So they are going to be holding the annual FCM conference in Regina this year in person, as Reeve Campbell mentioned, from June 2nd to June 5th. Now, in the past, we have had members of council going on rotating years to FCM. That's been our practice here at Lethbridge County. Unfortunately, COVID threw everything for in the ringer. So we are now looking at opening it up for members of council who wish to attend. And this report is suggesting that all members that want to attend do so. And then we would look at next year, looking at whether we decide to move forward with alternating years.
Thank you, Ann. Morris?
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Nick, you would have to know fairly quickly how many to register for that FCM, because it's not cheap. And the thing is, once you register, the money is paid, and not. And if somebody can go, well, that wouldn't be good, because I might not be around. So don't bother registering me. If I am going to be around, then I'll just miss it for the year. But we should know. But the registration is pretty quick, isn't it, Candace?
Yeah, and hotels are pretty much full, so
We
have 4 rooms.
we did send a cursory email to council to get some indication, because the day they open, they're usually full. So we did book 4 rooms.
John?
Just for the benefit of new council, what's FCM?
Federation of Canadian Municipalities,
I've attended just the one conference in Quebec City, and a rather substantial gathering of municipalities from across Canada, urban, rural. At the event we attended, keynote speakers, a lot of breakout sessions, some opportunities to meet with federal ministers. The keynotes, we actually got to hear every party leader, federal party leader, the Prime Minister, and all the other party leaders spoke. It is a rather sizable to do. I was pleasantly surprised. I think I took a lot out of it. I know other councillors have had other experiences over the years. I'm not sure if it always lives up to that expectation, but it is an opportunity. They are our advocacy group at the federal level. So I do think it is important that, we are members. So I think it is important that we do have some representation there. Klaus?
Yeah, I would like to add that I went to the Halifax one there, and I think it was the organizational one. Part of it was just fantastic, the way they did everything. And like you said, they are our lobby group and for the federal government. And I think it's very important that we attend that one, and that we participate in all the things that they have going for them there.
Thanks, Klaus. Would someone like to make that motion then? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that any member of council wishing to attend the FCM 2022 Annual Conference and Trade Show scheduled for June 2nd to June 5th, 2022 in Regina, or virtually, be authorized to do so.
Thank you, Mark. Any further discussion? If not, Mark has moved the recommendation. Any member of council wishing to attend the FCM 2022 Annual Conference and Trade Show scheduled for June 2nd and 5th, 2022 in Regina or virtually be authorized to do so. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And
I
now
would just ask anybody to coordinate that with Candace. Thank you.
Thank you. We can move down to I-1, the Lethbridge County Council attendance update. And I can read Lauren's form. January 5th, effective meeting session. The 11th, council orientation, session 4, public operations. The 13th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. 18th, county council orientation meeting 5, infrastructure. 26th, audit committee meeting. 26th, Green Acres Foundation meeting. And the 31st, strategic planning session. For myself, the 5th, effective meeting session. Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, Exhibition Park meeting, virtual via Zoom. The 6th, RMA virtual town hall on provincial policing. The 7th, met with the CAO. Also met with MLA Nathan Newdorf that day. We discussed some of the challenges that we're facing around water, his appointment as the Secretariat of Water Stewardship. And how that kind of fits into the puzzle, and we addressed some of the other issues in the area. At the time, obviously, we're still in the depths of the restrictions in the pandemic. Talked about some of that and the concerns he was hearing from his constituents, and we're obviously looking forward to days like today. The 7th, Mayors and Reeves via Zoom. 11th, orientation on public operations via Zoom. 13th, council meeting via Teams. Thank you for Claus for chairing that meeting for me in my absence. 14th, Southern Regional Drainage Committee meeting. That meeting was largely just to try and get the new members of the committee up to speed and talk about some potential plans going forward organizationally within the committee. Ann and I met on the 17th, the strategic planning facilitator, to go over some of the plans for the strategic planning. On the 17th, I attended an AHS virtual session going over, it was kind of an introductory course to AHS's operations throughout the province and here in the south as well. On the 18th, orientation on infrastructure. 19th, virtual AEMA training. On the 19th, I attended the Keep Alberta RCMP session presented by the National Police Federation. The National Police Federation is the union representing the RCMP, and they were traveling across the province holding these sessions. It was well attended, and I have distributed the information to council. It's a lot of the similar information that RMA is pushing out. On the 19th, Exhibition Park Ownership Engagement Meeting. The 20th, attended an economic development training put on through Southgrow, which is a virtual session as well. On the 21st, we attended the Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association meeting. On the 26th, the Audit Committee meeting. 28th, meeting with the CAO. And on the 31st, our first day of strategic planning. Mark?
January 5th is effective meeting.
Thank you, Mark. John?
Thank you. On January 5th, I attended the effective meeting session. January 11th, council orientation session on public operations. January 11th as well, we had a Community Futures Lethbridge training seminar, which I was the guest speaker, I guess would be the way to put that. January 13th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. January 15th, Community Futures Lethbridge training program again. On January 18th, council orientation session number 5. January 26th, audit committee meeting. January 26th was Community Futures Lethbridge monthly board meeting. And January 31st was the first day of our strategic planning session.
Thank you, John. Eric?
Thank you. January 5th, effective meeting session. The 6th, Munis 101. The 11th, Council orientation session number 4 for public operations. 13th, county council meeting. 13th, Munis 101. 18th, council orientation session number 5 on infrastructure. 19th, virtual AEMA training. 20th, Munis 101. 21st, Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association. 27th, budget orientation. 27th, Munis 101, and the 31st, our strategic planning session.
Thank you, Eric.
Sorry.
Yes,
Sorry if I can interrupt.
of course.
I do have a little plug I had, but I forgot.
Go right ahead.
Thanks. Just in regards to Community Futures Lethbridge, to council and to anyone actually that is online viewing this, Community Futures Lethbridge has a new initiative called their Digital Squad, and it's an 18-month program that offers free digital awareness and assistance in helping get any individual businesses get their social media presence up and get their digital websites working, and allowing them to expand a little bit more into the virtual world. It is a service that is offered absolutely free of charge. There is a link that they need to that they just need to click on Community Futures website. It's a great service because if there's somebody that's really struggling with trying to take their business to the next level and expand out beyond the borders of Lethbridge County possibly, then it is something that's a wonderful thing to take advantage of, and again, it's totally free of charge.
Thanks, John. Division 6, Claus?
January 5, effective meeting session. January 7th, Mayor and Reeves via Zoom. And January 11th, we had another orientation session about Public Works. And then the 12th, we had Anna and me went to Kohler's Fire discussion, and I must say we had a very pleasant meeting there with the new mayor and the CEO, and we were pleasantly surprised that the CEO was a different person there than we had experienced before, and that they are willing to work with us in moving ahead with the fire discussion. What was very good to hear. And then the 13th, we have the Lethbridge County meeting, and the 21st, Foothills Little Bow. And then the 25th and 28th, we had an Agriculture Service Board conference, and I think that Morris and me attended that, and I think that we had a little run-in with the person that had the issue with his burnt vehicle at Park Lake, and he was not happy with our decision that we made, but we just said the council made that decision, and that was it, and we did not go into any further discussions with him. And then the January 28th, we had the SAWA meeting, which you all had a report on.
Thank you, Claus. Morris?
January the 5th, effective meeting session. January the 5th, Emergency Advisory Committee. And January 11th, Council Orientation Session 4, Public Operation. And January the 13th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. January the 18th, Council Orientation Session number 5 in the infrastructure. And actually, I was on the January the 21st, it's not on my list, but I was at the Foothills Little Bow Municipal Association meeting too. And anyways, on January the 25th and 28th, Agriculture Service Board in Edmonton. And January 31st, Strategic Planning Session.
Thank you, Morris. And with that, we can now move down. We have a closed session item today. Yes, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 questions. We're March 10th. Is there a reason we couldn't do January minutes with this, a little bit fresher in the event that we do have to do a report? And secondly, not exactly a main meeting thing, but reading them off continually versus adopting them as viewed.
Yeah. So I guess two things there. I guess now that when we have the single meeting, it kind of does drag out like this. You'll see more items, and obviously we're far behind because we only have one meeting a month. When we go back starting in April to 2 meetings a month, it does seem to flow a little better, and it does line up a little better. As far as the reading, I think when we first started this, it was an attempt to because before this we didn't do anything as far as letting the public know what we did as councillors, and I think this was a step that council at the time took to try and inform the public as to what we were doing, and I think that would be at council's discretion, Eric, how we decide to proceed in the future. If it's just in the report, it's in the minutes, and it's able for public viewing, or if we'd like to proceed with this where we're actually going through it and it's public record in the second sense, and that it's captured via the streaming. So that would be up to council's purview is how we'd like to proceed with that. But I don't think there would be an issue either way, but those are the rationale for why we do it that way. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, with that, like I said, we do have a land request under FOIP Section 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body. So as per the MJA, we have the ability to, yep. Do we need to? Ah. So yeah, as per the MGA, we will go into a closed session. So with that, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Mark? Thank you. Those in favor? Carried.
And you didn't even listen.
Mark?
I would move that council approve the land sale as per the appraised value.
Thank you, Mark. Any discussion from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And seeing nothing else on the agenda? Mark?
Hey, Morris, what's going on?
Yes, Mark?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.